Nā koutou katoa, let's get started. Nau mai haere mai and welcome to the ordinary meeting of Te Kaunihera o Pōneke. Please join me in a karakia. Whakataka te hau ki te uru, whakataka te hau ki te tonga, kia mā kina kina ki uta, kia mā tara tara ki tai. E hi aki ana te atākura, he tio, he huka, he hauhu, tihei, mauri ora. I declare the meeting open. Welcome. Please let me or Dem Services leave the meeting at all, and we will adjourn this council meeting after the procedures, and Councillor Matthews will assume chair position. Apologies, I have not received any. We have Councillor Apanovich online. We'll just move on. No announcements by the Mayor. Just let's be cool, calm, collected today. It's a big day, very important. We're going to get through it just fine. Any conflicts of interest? Fabulous? Oh no? We're doing your cool. I move the motion to confirm the minutes of Te Kaunihera o Pōneke on the 30th of April. Deputy Mayor will second. Let's put that to a vote.
Can you verbally confirm if it's not on the mic? Can you verbally confirm on the mic if it's...
Yeah, the mic's working, so do I just want me to vote?
Just confirm
I'll
yes.
vote yes.
Vote yes. Wonderful, and that is passed. There are no items not on the agenda, and there is no public participation for council, so we will adjourn the meeting now. So we'll just pause the live stream while Councillor Matthews and I swap seats.
Reconvene. That was a long break that we had there. So I'd now like to welcome the Kōrau Tōtōpū Long-Term Plan Finance and Performance Committee. We won't do a karakia as we've just done one. Do we have any apologies? Looks like we don't. Conflict of interest declarations. Pauiwi Kelly has indicated to me that she has a financial conflict around the item in the annual plan regarding to Airbnbs. So she will step back when we are voting on that particular motion and won't participate in the debate. We will now move on. Are there any other conflict of interests? We will move on to the confirmation of the minutes. I will move and Councillor O'Neill will second to receive the minutes of our meeting held on the 28th of April 2025. We'll go to the vote. Ka whakapuaki au, kua mana te mōtini. I declare the motion carried. There are no items not on the agenda, so we will move to public participation. I'd like to welcome Paula Mlolo. No, my Paula, you have 5 minutes, including time for questions if you'd like to leave it.
Okay, cool. Okay, good morning everybody. So lovely to see you all. Thanks for the opportunity. I'm speaking today with regards to Begonia House, saving the Begonia House. I feel it's really important for the city to retain it as one of the popular landmarks for locals and tourists to enjoy it alike. Many people come, as you know, off cruise ships, up the cable car to enjoy that space also. I decided to start an online petition a number of months ago, as I was just visiting Begonia House and having a coffee with my mother, and we were discussing the fact that the council were looking to demolish this lovely place. This plan struck deeply with me. While I was there, I overheard another table talking about it. And the waiter came up and said many people were discussing it. So I thought, well, then I'll start the online petition. Couldn't believe this was proposed and voicing their concerns. I then decided to start, so I did the petition. I've now got 6,111 signatures through the petition. Many people have shared their memories since then regarding Begonia House and how it's important to them and their special memories they have there. Many were married there, many others have had special memories. My personal memory of Begonia House, close to my heart, is that we used to go there with my father, who passed away 3 years ago, and enjoy the serenity, the beauty and the space, which are memories that will last a lifetime for me personally. I still go there, and after we put flowers on Dad's grave, and now with my mother nearly every week. It continues to be a favourite spot for us. As a real estate agent, I see many, many front fences saying, save Begonia House, in whichever suburb you go to, and which is actually great to see that so many people truly care about what happens to Wellington. Begonia House is an iconic Wellington site, and we need to retain our special cultural heritage, which together contribute to the character of Wellington. Through many discussions with locals, I realised that this is so important to them also. Special to them in all their memories. I've had overwhelming numbers of people contact me about their stories there. The 64-year-old sanctuary is home to thousands of tropical plants that serve as the lungs of the city, contributing to our environment, enhancing biodiversity. From personal sentiments to environmental impact, the importance of preserving this edifice cannot be underestimated. I agree with the option C, which is to do the minimal work on required, and together with the Friends of Begonia House, Ms. Scannell and her team, the fundraisers and others, I'm absolutely positive that this is achievable. Thank you.
Are there any questions, councillors? There appear to be none. Thank you, Paula. We appreciate you taking the time to come in. No, my Bernard Nuns? Welcome, Bernard. We'll just reset the clock for you, and you have 5 minutes. Thank you.
Tēnā koutou katoa, and thank you for the opportunity to speak to council or committee this morning. For those who don't know me, I just feel sorry for you. My name is Bernard Nuns, and I've brought my arm candy here with me today so that you have something nicer to look at while I present. This is to speak to my submission from the long-term plan, annual plan and local water done well reform consultation that council recently held. Let me begin with a quick story to set the scene for my submission. Boy meets girl and falls madly in love. Girl reluctantly settles for boy. Boy and girl buy a house together to raise a family in. Boy and girl rent out every room in that house, including running an Airbnb, just to keep up with the high costs. Boy and girl have 2 kids within 18 months of each other. 4 years on, and boy and girl have to sell that house. No, it's not quite that far, but we have to move out of that house. We make that hard and sad decision to move out of that house back to parents because we can no longer afford to keep up with the high costs and the unaffordability. This is not just a tale of this whānau. I believe this is the tale of many whānaus currently doing it tough. And I want to acknowledge that this is not council's fault. but it sets the scene for this submission with the key message that for us as ratepayers, every dollar counts. My main points in the submission are, for the long-term plan amendment, Council should identify the assets and infrastructure that are critical to Wellington and base their proposed debt headroom levels on that. The reason for the preferred debt headroom level should be clearer and evidence-based. Whatever Council does for its insurance and diversification issues, it should provide as much certainty to its ratepayers as it currently can. Next up, for the annual plan, with regard to the Miramar Peninsula proposal, we believe that $750,000 a year to fund Taranaki Whānui to manage the proposal is excessive and a nice to have. Council should not continue with this. A 0.01% rates increase might not sound like a lot, but it all adds up. I believe that rates and investment should focus on the areas where underinvestment has created major risks for Wellington. I also believe the same thinking should be applied to other projects outlined in the capital program. In regard to the proposal for Council to implement a commercial rate on short-term accommodation, it needs to be fair and it needs to be smart. Currently, there are a lot of questions around the proposal, and we, as people who have been running an Airbnb, would view it as currently being unfair. Finally, in relation to the local water done well reform, Council should be clear as to the difference between options 1 and 3. I don't think the reasons for option 1 being the preference have been explained well, and option 3 sounds cheaper to me in reality, with the same end result. In my view, Council should support the cheapest option if the result is going to be the same. It does sound like a good idea, though, to hand ownership over to the proposed water entity. In conclusion, we are impacted by a cost of living crisis, and rates are one part of that. That's right. What he said. We pay our rates mostly happily, but would love to see that the rates we pay are used smartly. In short, every dollar counts. Ngā mihi nui kia koutou, and thank you again for the opportunity to speak this morning.
Thank you, Bernard. We have time for one quick question from Councillor McNulty.
Kia ora, Bernard. Thank you very much for coming in. In relation to the Airbnb proposal, I'm not sure if you're aware what's on the table today, which is essentially now to go back and look at a boutique differential. The commercial differential 3.7 has been seen as too high. Do you have any idea what a fair differential might look like in terms of commercial rating, if that's the decision of a council?
0%. No, I have no idea. I wouldn't understand the differential at the moment. So, yeah, I wouldn't be in the detail. But thank you for the question.
Thank you, Bernard and family. We appreciate you taking the time to come in. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
No, my Maxwell Marshall. Maxwell, you have 5 minutes, including time for questions, if you'd like to leave it.
Okay, thank you. Good morning, tēnā koe. Thank you for giving me an opportunity to speak. All my arguments are contained in my forward document, and I'm more than happy to have this represent my thoughts on the plan. What I think is an important piece missing from the LTP, and is a concern for social housing within the council. Instead, this has been shaped by the priority of getting a market value return. It is this emphasis, the concern for social housing tenants and their welfare, which has not been considered so far, as it conflicts with the aim of every business to produce profit, much less see it the internal contradiction between attempting what a business is with social housing provision. Why does this matter? As a group, social housing tenants are the most vulnerable and marginalised in society. I believe if we are to prioritise housing, we should prioritise this group because it is most disadvantaged. It is troubling, therefore, to see the council's diversion from focus on this group to instead focus on affordable housing through te kāinga. To be eligible, you must not earn more than $93,000. I am adamant that this group should be served by the private market and that the council has no business helping this group. In my advocate work, I've seen many in the chip who cannot afford food and who survive from kibosh and other free food outlets. Renters United President Zach Thomas was quoted as saying, any money from reduced rent would go towards paying for essentials such as food and housing, food and heating. Amongst this group, most affected by rent settings are those who are social housing tenants. A separate set of circumstances surrounds social housing tenants, as they cannot afford housing in the private market because they cannot afford to buy a house or afford the rent. To pretend otherwise, or that the shortfall can be met by a patchwork of supplement benefits accessed across work and income, is dishonest. Most telling is the fact that the group in the chip who cannot access IRRS represent 95% of the current tenant population of 3,000 tenants in the chip. I want the council to focus on helping this group instead of people who can otherwise afford to find housing from the market or people who are on IRRS.
Yes, a question from Councillor Chung.
Thanks very much for coming in this morning. I'd just like to ask you, do you think that it's a City Council responsibility to look after social housing, or do you think it should be given to central government?
Well, it's a very interesting question. I think that we all see that the government isn't going to come to the party. So I don't see that as an option. There has been much discussion about councils going and focusing on core services, and I would say that social housing would be one of them. I identify as a core service. So I mean that's.
Thank you, Maxwell. There are no other questions, but we'd like to. Oh yes, we've run out of time, Councillor. We've run out of time to have a question asked and answered. Sorry, Tim, I didn't see you. Maureen Newson, I'd like to welcome to the podium. You have 5 minutes. No mai, Marie.
Kia ora koutou. Mayor, councillors and pōiwi, my name is Marie Newson. Some of you have seen me here before. I'm one of the community representatives who participated in the council and community advisory group on Kandala Pool. I joined the movement to save Kandala Pool last summer after many memorable visits to the pool with my classmates and friends, family, and now my 2 little boys. The advisory group was brought together at the request of this council to look for a technical fix for the pool. Our task was to identify options to address the site risks and the maintenance needs for the pool within the $7.5 million budget that was set out in the long-term plan. The group included myself, 2 other community representatives, council officers and expert consultants, engineers and QS from Becker and Rawlinsons. Over several weeks we worked through the challenges, we developed a practical solution, reusing the existing pool tank and simplifying the renovation design to ensure it could be delivered far more affordably. The plan presents savings of over $4 million on the earlier rebuild proposal, and I think it's a great alternative to the $4.5 million demolition option. A renovation of the existing pool is a practical solution and a good investment for the city. It's retaining a 100-year-old outdoor cold water pool on the edge of the bush at the foot of Tarikaka. It will be safer, more accessible, easier to maintain, and an even better place for Wellingtonians to swim, play and recharge outdoors. There's even provision for a little bit of heating for our youngest swimmers. I'm very happy to be here this morning with the commitment from the Mayor to propose an amendment that will continue to support the Kandala Pool renovation, and thank so many of you for your support over the last weeks and months. This would not have been possible without the efforts of my fellow community representatives, Ray Callahan and Stephen Jenkins, who volunteered their engineering expertise to the group and helped to steer the redesign. I'm also very grateful to the council officers for their collaboration. Peter's here today, and also Matt. And also the experts from Becker and Rawlinson's, who really gave this process a really great shot. So I know the community are looking forward to hearing how the project will move forward. Please keep up the engagement, and let's keep working together to keep our cities treasured places for generations to come.
Thank you, Marie. We have a question for you from Councillor McNulty.
Kia ora, Marie. I just think this is such a good news story, 12 mil down to 7.5, almost 40% on the reduction. So in terms of this working group model that you guys established, do you think this could be something transferable into other projects? And I'm thinking specifically around the Begonia House and other things. Do you think that's set up a basis of how council could work moving forward when we have these kinds of contentious community issues?
I think the benefit here was that you had two people from the community and many others who also offered the expertise who could give some alternatives and sort of the middle ground that we talked about, right? And there is an inclination when we have a new project that needs to come in that particularly engineers and architects, designers will tend to go for, the gold-plated option. And we can't afford that as a city. Not all of our facilities need to have that gold-plated risk mitigation. We absolutely need to invest in the best possible protection for those really essential services. But for the community facilities like the Kandala Pool, where one of the risks was flooding, the consequence of the pool's flooding is really a clean-up job, right? It doesn't need to have the highest level of flood mitigation to stop it from ever getting wet. So this is where I think that community council process really helped us to look at what is the appropriate level of risk mitigation, what is the appropriate what are the alternative design approaches we can take, and how can we approach this practically. So that was a really great, and really again, many thanks to the council officers and to the engineers and the team who put in sort of the expertise from the pool side to help us find those solutions.
Thanks, Marie. There are no more questions. We appreciate you taking the time to come and see us. I'd now like to welcome Siobhan Garrett. No, Siobhan. And you have 5 minutes, including time for questions. Thank you.
Kia ora koutou mea whānau and councillors. My name is Siobhan Garrett, and I'm speaking as a Wellington-born ratepayer currently living in Johnsonville. I want to express my strong support for the continued operation and preservation of Kandala Pool. Kandala Pool is a unique and treasured taonga within our city. It holds deep historical, cultural and personal significance, and I believe it deserves to be saved to ensure its future for generations to come. Some of my most cherished childhood memories involve catching the train from Johnsonville with my sisters, walking up from Kandala Station to spend the day at the pool. We would enjoy the fresh air and cold water, followed by a picnic in the surrounding park. The pool and its settings are truly special, surrounded by the colours and sounds of nature and alive with the joyful energy of swimmers. It is a place that fosters both physical well-being and emotional connection. To this day, that experience remains unchanged. A sun-soaked rest on the sun deck, affectionately known in our household as the teenage bit, often completes the perfect summer day. I have a particularly treasured photograph with my nana, taken during one of her rare visits from Dunedin in 1984, sitting together beside the pool. These memories and the community stories that span generations are embedded in the spirit of the place, constructed by locals in 1925 and cherished ever since. As a family of 4 with modest means, Kandala Pool provides us with weeks of affordable, healthy summer recreation. In our current environment, where COVID-19 continues to circulate, the availability of an outdoor swimming facility, one that eliminates the anxieties associated with enclosed, high-risk settings, it is invaluable to our collective health and well-being. The accessibility of Kandala Pool is also exceptional. With a generous car park in close proximity to both train and bus lines, it is one of the few recreational assets in Wellington that is genuinely reachable for a wide range of residents. The pool has played an especially important role in the development of both our children, who are now 10 and 7 years old. Our eldest daughter has an intellectual disability, and there are very few recreational spaces we can afford that can also meet her needs. Kandala Pool has been uniquely beneficial for her water confidence and social development due to two key features. One is the walk up to the pool. This allows her to see and hear the swimmers as she approaches, giving her time to mentally prepare for the activity. This natural process of anticipation is far more supportive than entering a loud, crowded indoor facility. The second is the layout of the pools. The close proximity of the toddler pool to the main pool allowed her to gradually transition as her confidence grew. Being able to see, hear and access the larger pool from the comfort of the toddler area was crucial to her development, a rare feature not found in other facilities. Another vital and often overlooked function at Kandala Pool is the safe, healthy recreation it provides for teenagers. In a city where accessible and affordable activities for youth are limited, the pool offers a space for independent socialising, physical activity and community building. Joy to see groups of teenagers spending full summer days there. My daughters look forward to the day they too will be old enough to hang out with the teenagers at the pool, and I look forward to that too. While I understand that Wellington faces serious financial and infrastructural challenges, the potential closure of Kandala Pool would significantly affect our community and leave me questioning the broader priorities of the city. To be clear, I'm not asking for an expensive redevelopment. I do not seek a heated pool, splash pads or elaborate changing rooms. I'm simply asking for the necessary repairs to keep this unique and beloved facility functioning in its current modest form. Kandala Pool is more than a community asset. It is a link to our ancestors, a part of Wellington's living history and a vital space for present and future generations. I urge you to protect and preserve this taonga for all who love it and for all those who are yet to discover it. Thank you.
Thank you, Siobhan. I don't see any questions. We'd like to thank you for taking the time to come and speak with us today.
Thank you.
No, my Craig Darwick. Okay, all right. John Swan. Welcome, John. You are speaking on behalf of Better Wellington. You have 10 minutes, including time for questions.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and a special welcome. It's good to see Observer Lindsay Mackay and CEO Matt Prosser engaging in this process today. I'm speaking on behalf of Better Wellington, an incorporated society representing citizens who have concern about the governance and direction of policy of the Wellington City Council as currently constituted. I started my comments on this long-term plan around 3 years ago. My initial submission was that the city was facing a $1 billion unfunded deficit. It was 50-50 each way between unfunded operating expenditure, with the remainder being debt-funded capital expenditure. If you research Castalia in the council database, you'll find an independent report to substantiate this starting point. My plea then was to councillors was to stop the spending. The LTP documents that you will consider today have conservatively doubled the deficit from that which I originally tendered. There is a $1 billion debt burden, which if the LTP is adopted, will allow further debt to be drawn down for capital expenditure, largely on the Civic Square debacle. Former CEO Makero has direct responsibility for foisting this project and the Reading Centre on newbie Mayor Whanau and her coalition.
Could you please be a little bit more respectful in your comments, please, Mr Swan? Thank you.
The stated objective of this final edition of the LTP is to increase borrowing capacity by reducing the capital program. The plan notes that the capital program is primarily funded by borrowing. The resolution to divest the city water assets to a separate coalition of regional council is a device to enable further borrowings, not for the water assets where capital investment has flatlined over the last 3 years, but for the completion of the town hall, the city library, the demolition of the bridge to the waterfront, temporary toilets for the town hall, and a library where two floors will lie empty. My request to councillors is to consider whether now is the time to add significant financial obligations to the budget, given all the financial pressures already piled upon ratepayers and residents over the last 3 years. The approach preferred by most of the submitters to this plan is to allocate funding first to core services and assets already held before taking on extra expense. The 5,300 plus signatories to the Begonia House petition clearly support this proposition. The donors to the Civic Trust that have spent more than $100,000 in legal expenses to injunct the WCC to halt demolition of the City to Sea Bridge also agree. The 3,700 submissions on this LTP have done so with genuine concern as to the effect of the LTP on their continued residents and businesses and others in Wellington. The relentless pursuit of additional fees to impose on residents and ratepayers continues. Motorcyclists are next, so are Airbnb accommodation providers. The ratepayers in general will be hit next when the 2025 rates are struck later this year. Meanwhile, council officers and most councillors refuse to engage with the community about alternative options and approaches. Officers were conspicuous by their absence during the consultation hearings on the plan. Instead, we have an agenda of 2,500 pages with recommended options compiled by the Mayor and council officers, drafted in favour of the Green Labour Coalition, aided by unelected Pūiwi and retiring Councillor Brown. Councillors, please consider the material included in this agenda. The reports of real value are contained in the last 500 pages. They include impossible assumptions such as long-term population growth of 50 to 80,000 residents over the next 30 years. In fact, there is a torrent of people leaving the city that they can no longer afford. To vote in favour of this long-term plan, either in pieces or in the whole, is to vote for the demise of this city. There is time to consider your position before the full council meeting on the 26th of June. The election occurs 4 long months after that vote, and those seeking re-election will be called to account accordingly. The electorate is sick and tired of incompetence and pet projects. The mess to clean up will be difficult without intervention by government or lenders who have no choice but to recover their debts directly from ratepayers. Before turning to Matai Moana, I just draw attention to a communication that came late on Monday evening. It quotes stats from the long-term plan, and it also includes information that was new to me. And I'll quote, the council also surveyed a representative sample of 500 residents reflecting the demographic characteristics of Wellington. Now, there's a real danger that the council survey will muddy the findings of that have been held, and I would ask through the Chief Executive that the documentation be released publicly, including the questions that were put to those surveyed and the cost of that survey. It's important that we have confidence and trust in material that comes from the council officers. If they're running a sideline survey, we need to know the basis upon which that's given. Better Wellington has previously submitted on the adoption of Proposal 1 contained in the annual plan. That affects the Watts Peninsula Matai Moana reserve as part of the Miramar Peninsula. That submission can be located with the assistance of the Democracy Unit, and I'm sure they'll be pleased to get it for you again. The adoption of the proposal remains unlawful. The proposal seeks to predetermine an outcome promoted by the Pūiwi on this committee and has no basis in fact or law. The reserve is Crown land and will remain so until determined otherwise by Cabinet. The Pūiwi should declare a conflict of interest or secure their interest by voting for Proposal 2. The ratepayer should not be involved in an iwi land dispute already settled and recognised by an Act of Parliament. At least 2 of the 3 Eastern Ward councillors are not seeking re-election at the October local government elections. Consultation of the annual plan has not been adequate. The proposals should be put to the local electorate in Miramar in the area, as well as the city as a whole. I recommend that you vote to abandon the bill or take option 2 if the annual plan is to proceed. Are there any questions?
Councillor Calvert has a question.
You mentioned some survey on Monday. I mean, I'm not aware of anything that's been withheld. I know in our papers in the consultation engagement feedback, we had the feedback from the actual consultation, and then we had within that report, public report, we had information about the survey that had a representative survey that had been done. And is that what you're referring to?
I don't quite know what I'm referring to. I'm referring to a news release dated the 19th of May.
Right.
That is the first time that I've heard of a survey to extract data other than data that is already freely available from the submissions or other proceedings. Now, that's why I think it's important that survey be tabled.
Yeah. Okay, thank you. I'm just trying to figure out which one you're talking about. Thank you.
There appear to be no more questions. Thank you, Mr. Swan.
Thank you.
I would now like to welcome Craig Darwick to the podium. Oh, sorry, online, Craig. Sorry, you won't be coming to a podium. You're online. You need to unmute yourself, Craig. You have 5 minutes. Are you there, Craig? Could you unmute yourself so you can speak? We'll move to the next submitter and try and work that out with you. Welcome Heather Baldwin on behalf of the Kōrau Community Trust, Hall Trust, sorry. You have 10 minutes, including time for questions. No mai.
Kia ora koutou, Council. Thank you for letting me appear again today. I know you've got some difficult decisions to make, and I am not going to speak for long. When the consultation outcomes were announced last Friday, the Trust were initially absolutely delighted with the results, and I want to draw your attention, please, to Section B, page 24 of your papers. You received 3,002 submissions in total, and of those, 2,469 commented on the Event Centre. So that is 82% of all submissions commented on this issue. Of those, 62% supported option 4, completing the building. Now, if you do the maths, that equates to over 1,500 submissions. More than 50% of all of the submissions Council received on everything supported option 4, completing the building. We worked really hard to encourage people to engage with the consultation process and to have their say. We thought you wanted to hear what the community's views were, and we assumed that those views would influence your decision making. After all, you represent the community, and the community funds the council through rates. However, to find that council officers have continued with their recommendation to sell the event centre is simply outrageous. We wonder how this can be justified. It makes a total mockery of the consultation process. Now, I invite you to think about the numbers that I've just summarised and what the community has said to you, and I'm going to repeat those figures. Over 1,500 submissions, more than 50% of all the submissions Council received on everything support option 4, completing the building. Now, I saw a media statement yesterday suggesting that the event centre might be given back to us together with current funding, and I'd just like to make a couple of observations about that. Firstly, it was only an hour ago that I saw on social media a very detailed proposed amendment, which I understand will be considered today. It's interesting that you have such a detailed proposal in front of you, and yet at no point has anybody from the council come to the trust to discuss the possibility and feasibility of these options from our perspective.
Yeah, because I've got a...
Sorry, can we please have music? Could you please mute yourself, Mr. Dog? Thank you. Sorry, Heather.
Sorry. So at no point has anyone from the council come to the trust to discuss the feasibility of these conditions from our perspective. This is indicative of how council has treated us historically, with a lack of genuine, transparent and timely engagement. My only comment on the details that I've seen if they are what I read on the screenshot an hour ago, is that I note there's a 3-month deadline proposed. I find it extraordinary that you would think that is reasonable. It took council over 2 years worth of due diligence. Do you really think that this is fair, or are you just setting the trust up to fail? The Trust's key goal is to have the Kōrau Event Centre finished, and that is what the community has supported through their submissions. A second thing I want to comment on is that, as we have advocated to you before, we believe Council should honour the previous promises and commitments to finish the Event Centre. The difference between the amendment, if it's correct, and option 4 is $1 million. You have a $5 billion budget for capital works. A lot of those figures come from people putting their finger in the air and giving you an estimate. If you can't find $1 million, is that really appropriate? Particularly when this is something that the community has overwhelmingly asked you to do. Today, I encourage you to reject the advice of council officers and make a decision that will ensure the Kōrau Event Centre is finished and opened, and that is option 4, which is what the community has supported. Thank you.
Councillor McNulty has a question.
Kia ora, Heather. I assume you might be referring to the screenshot I shared in I Love Kōrau around the terms and conditions.
Yes.
Yep, so I can confirm that is what is being proposed in the amended substantive. The question I have for you then, because this was drafted in terms of councillors, not the staff, you feel that the 3 months will demonstrably set you up to fail in that list of terms and conditions?
To be honest, Ben, and thank you for the question, I think it's completely unfair and inappropriate for me to respond to these, in this forum and in this time frame. But I'll make one observation, and that is the one about the time frame. But I don't think it is fair for anyone to ask me to voice an opinion given the freshness of the information.
Councillor Calvert.
Thanks, Heather. You talked about the council information about prices being, these weren't your exact words, but inflated in terms of completed. Have you, what sort of information have you provided to council to counteract that from the trust?
So in our discussions as part of the stakeholder group over the last 2 years, we have provided letters and information to council officers. We have made it very clear, and a council officer has acknowledged that they know we have 200k for seating. We have questioned the need for I think it's a 90k security system. We have we have written to council officers, and I would have to check my records because it goes over a very long time, but engagement with officers has been very challenging and untimely. I think we still have questions that we're waiting to have received answers back from.
Can I ask another question? So if the council put in the money to remediate the building, which is roughly 3 million or 3.3 million, according to council figures, what is the trust's involvement at that point?
Well, the current arrangement is that there is a stakeholder group, which is council, the trust and the community centre, working towards getting the building finished. If the building was finished and up and operational, we haven't made a decision on what the trust next step would be, but we suspect that it could just be an advocacy group, a supporters group, that it would be a community organisation that might do fundraising for future capital projects, improvements, that sort of thing.
Yeah, and can you just clarify me? I know the trusts have talked about putting $1 million or roughly into the building. Is that?
Sorry, I'm not sure where you've got that figure.
Oh no, how much has the trust put into the building then?
Oh, so far?
Yeah.
Well, the community has put in 2.2 million.
Yeah. No. How much does the trust collect to put in from local contributions? Because is that? I'm just trying to understand. So the 2.2 million includes money from lotteries.
Yes. So 2.2 million includes money from lotteries, other philanthropic groups that
Yeah.
council don't have access to. So you have to be a community group to apply for that.
Yeah.
So that was about $1 million, and our other fundraising and donations is about $1 million, and the total was 2.2.
Okay. So,
I'm sorry, I've got a question from
Okay.
Councillor Young.
all right.
I'll come back to you if we've got time, Councillor.
So thank you. I mean, I went up the other day to have a look at it. Of course, one of the issues is it's not just about finishing the building, it's about rectifying the building because of the construction issues. But I just wonder, if the local community clearly feels so strongly about it, what would the reaction be to a targeted rate to cover the costs of the building?
I don't know.
Hmm.
And let me...
We'll go. Oh, sorry, did you?
I was just going to say, I'm sorry. The 3.3, so there's 2 million in your budget where the officers are recommending an additional 1.3. That deals with all those issues. So that is having the building finished.
Councillor Calvert.
Yep. Okay. So the $1 million given by the local community, has that all been put into the building, or are you holding some of that money back in
That's
trust?
$1 million that we've put into the building, and we have some funding for what we have in the bank is the seating, the funding for the seating, and we have another bequest that had some terms and conditions around it. So that's, roughly.
Yeah. Okay. So you've got another sort of 200 or 300 on top of the $1 million that you've put in.
We've got a sum for we've got enough to cover the seating, and we have a small amount further to that.
Thank you.
Thank you, Heather. We're out of questions. We appreciate you taking the time. Sorry to cut you off there, Mr. Darwick. We've got you now. Over to you. You have 5 minutes. We'll reset the clock. Thank you.
Hello?
Yes, great. We can hear you. Thank you.
Oh, brilliant, sweet. Hey, we've already dealt with this Kandala pool thing, and it looks like views have shifted on it. But my approach was to speak for a lot of the people who use the pool. So in this day and age, there seems to be not that many things for kids to do that don't involve, devices and what have you. And this is the only outdoor pool that I'm aware of, other than Thorndon, which is heated and is, if you've ever been there, is pretty much an adult's pool. The kids are kind of allowed a little section. My daughter grew up here, since she was 6 months old, and I've pretty much taken her there every year since. And during that time, I've watched children grow up, and obviously, adults enjoy it as well, but it's specifically a place where children can go and learn water skills. We live in a country surrounded entirely by water. And, I've watched kids grow from, X to, my daughter who's now 13 and can swim competently. The point really is that this, the point of having a council is to provide services as well as obviously the critical services, but to provide services that create a community. And this pool is a real community. It's not some kind of rich Kandala thing. It's essentially, people from all over the place who come and join this pool. It doesn't need to be heated. It doesn't need anything fancy. It just needs to be the same as it's been for 100 years and to be enjoyed by those people for the period of time that it's going to carry on for. So, I don't speak up about many things, but I think this one's particularly important, and that, it's a small amount that the group run by Marie and a few others worked, very thoroughly to provide a cheap solution to get this sorted, which essentially is just upgrading it and then keeping it going as it has been. So I think for children and for the general community, it's a valuable part of Wellington. Like the Begonia House, it's a much slightly lesser known but a very valuable resource, and it'd be a shame to walk past a piece of concrete that used to be a place where kids played. That's what I've got to say.
Thank you so much. I don't see any questions, but thank you for taking the time and especially for being a bit patient that we got you in after your allotted time. Thank you.
No worries. My pleasure. Thank you.
Thank you. That's the end of public participation. I would like to do the petition item before we go to morning tea. Item 2.1. So first of all, we'd like to welcome Maz, the petitioner, to speak to the petition. Could we Wonderful, thank you. So you have 5 minutes, thank you.
Thank you. Good morning, Mayor, councillors, council officials and members of the public. This is why I'm here today. My name is Maz Scannell and I'm here today to present a petition on behalf of the Friends of the Botanic Garden, fellow Wellingtonians and people from across the country and around the world. This is quite an emotional thing for me. We believe that the Begonia House should stay in the Lady Norwood Rose Garden for at least another 50 years. Our petition was circulated both electronically and also in hard copy because many people find it difficult to navigate the Wellington City Council online petition portal. I mean, it is obvious that entire rest homes made the pilgrimage to the Rose Garden to make sure their voices were captured in this petition. And for many, this is the first time they had protested since the Springbok Tours in 1981, for those of you that were around for that. But don't just think it's old people that care about this building. Students and young people also signed their names in their thousands in support. And unlike an election, children can sign a petition, and they did in their hundreds. For many, it was their first experience of having a community facility they loved in danger of demolition. And a common query from them was, what is going to happen to the fish? What you and the officials have to remember is that this building is an intergenerational structure. It has woven itself into the lives of hundreds of thousands or even millions of people over the past 65 years. This intergenerational memory is reflected in the 8,730 valid signatures we collected over a 4-month period. This is a compelling argument to make this building beautiful again. And we would have had more. I know there are hundreds of electronic signatures that failed to make the cut because of either an over-enthusiastic spam filter or an incorrect email address. We all suffer from fat fingers sometimes, and in this case, it really mattered. It was even worse with the hard copy pages. We have disallowed over 1,400 signatures because people were so overwhelmed with the prospect of losing the Begonia House, they forgot to add their signature after they wrote their address. We also discovered during this process that not everyone was respectful of the democratic process. We know of at least 9 pages of signatures that were removed from clipboards. At a minimum, that's 150 signatures that cannot be counted because of subversion and dishonesty, a slap in the face of a democratic process. When you stand outside the Begonia House and tell people as they pass by that we are collecting signatures to save it, you are met with disbelief. It didn't matter who we talked to, whether old, young, resident, visitor, it was the same. Why would you knock this building down? And when we explained that the council had moved from initial position to demolish to a minimum renovation, we received feedback of surprise, anger, bewilderment that such an iconic tourist attraction was a threat. Now, the Friends petition requested that the Wellington, just one point, thank you for doing the submissions as well as for these papers, and for those of you that haven't been able to find that page, it's on 1,991, and there's a clear majority of 61% recommending option C and another 12% who supported the full scope, so the full 20 million. We also undertook to raise funds, we being the Friends, with the council and the wider Wellington community, and we look forward to presenting those things in June. Thank you for considering our petition. There's a compelling argument to make this building beautiful, and we look forward to continuing to work with the council and the people of Wellington on that. Thank you.
Thank you, Maz. I probably don't have time for a question. I don't see one anyway. Thank you so much. We appreciate you taking the time, both into doing the petition and coming to speak with us today.
Thank you.
No mai Baz Kaufman. Ki te hora I te kōrero. Please welcome Baz. Baz to introduce the report.
Considering you've got a very full agenda today, I'll take the paper as read, but I'm happy to take any questions that you have. I'll also quickly note that the item is up for consideration in another paper on this agenda for today.
Councillor Neda has a question.
Do we receive the petition, the little stack with the envelope over there?
Physically?
Yeah. It's got a bow on it.
If you want to go and receive it in morning tea, but I do not want to take time of the committee now. Thank you. Are there any other questions? Are there, Councillor McNulty?
Just quickly, because I didn't see in the paper, is this the highest number of petition signatures we've had through a Wellington City Council petition?
I don't know the answer to that, but I can come back.
All right, thank you, Baz. I'm now going to pass over to Councillor Pennant, who is going to move that we receive the petition. She could physically get it as well, seeing she's moving it. Thank you.
And thank you, Chair, for giving me the honour of introducing this paper, which will be ably seconded by Councillor Young, because we have worked together with the community to save this precious community facility. Look, first of all, I'd just like to give an enormous thanks to the community who have run an amazing campaign to save this treasure. The amount of work that has gone in has been phenomenal. Ms Scannell is a force of nature and has been so organised at mobilising many, many thousands of Wellingtonians. And not only that, she has also managed to get many Wellingtonians on board to actually do the practical business of saving the building. We will hear more about that later, but there are a lot of people involved who have offered their time and goodwill to try and save it. I'd also like to thank Mr Roberts and his team, who have also been phenomenal in just working together with the community to try and get to the outcome that we will be debating today. And also just, I would like to acknowledge Mayor Whānau and others who, this might not have been their favourite project, but they have changed their minds, and hopefully today we will have a unanimous vote to save this building. Unusually for me, it has not actually been the building that has exercised me, but it is the plants inside. Caring for nature and protecting nature is my highest priority. So a great pleasure to introduce this paper. Thank you all for your support and look forward to debating it later.
Councillor Young, do you wish to speak?
Briefly, as I hope everyone will today. So I'd just like to endorse everything that Councillor Pennant has said. I would like to thank Ms Scannell for her amazing work. I'd also like to acknowledge the presence of Wayne Norwood, whose family have been such incredibly generous philanthropists to Wellington, including the free ambulance, which is another issue. So anyway, that's from me. I'm delighted to second this paper.
Is there any debate? Councillor Calvert.
Look, just very briefly, I just want to really thank the Friends of the Botanic Gardens. I think and I think this is similar to the Kandala pool, is actually working well in with the local councillors, with the officers, and getting a positive communication going and working together on what the options are. So thank you to the Friends of the Botanic Gardens for working collaboratively with your local councillors and officers. Thank you.
Councillor Abdurrahman, I just want to do a reminder that we don't need to speak all to every item. But Councillor Abdurrahman, over to you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I just want to say that thanks to the community who organised this. I think this is community power. And people organising in Kandala, people organising in Karori, again in Wellington Central, everywhere. I think community facilities and recreation centres are really under threat, and we need to work we need to do everything to save them. I'm not sure which community facility or recreation centre will be next. So I think the community needs to be organised in the same way the Begonia House organised, the same way Kandala community organised, the same way Karori event organised. Maybe time for Brooklyn, Island Bay, Newtown, Tawa and Johnsonville to do the same. Thank you.
Would you like a right of reply, Councillor Pennant? We will go to the vote. Councillor O'Neill. That is carried. We will now break for morning tea. We will be back at 10:45. Thank you. We are now going to move on to item 3, the traffic resolution to support the implementation of metered motorcycle parking. Nau mai Paul Barker and Vida Cristela, ki te hora e te kōrero. Please welcome Paul and Vida to introduce the report.
Morning. Morning, councillors. We're going to take the paper as read. We were here on Tuesday with the Q&A, so I'll take it as read.
Thank you, councillors. As you are aware and has been circulated, we are dealing with an amended substantive. So questions should be limited to the amended substantive rather than the substance of the report. Councillor McNulty.
Yeah, 2 follow-ups. In terms of motorcycle parking, so on Tuesday, Councillor Randall asked a question about the relationship with congestion, and your view was that it had no relationship with easing congestion whatsoever. And I've since found quite a multitude of academic research that counters that view. So what I just want to understand, when council says motorcycles have no positive benefits on reducing congestion, do we have independent research or academic research we can point at that verifies that position?
No, we haven't undertaken any independent research.
Okay. And just to affirm, this was the response you gave to me this morning, Vida. The question I asked on Tuesday that you're to come back with, we have not had any consultation that you're aware of in regs and even brought in the council where there has been an 80% opposition that you've been able to find. It was a question on Tuesday and it was a follow-up that she was unable to answer on Tuesday that I've asked her to affirm now.
Calm down. I have asked that questions be related to the amendment.
And it wasn't answered on Tuesday, so I've asked her to bring the answer to it now.
You can make your point.
I've asked her to answer the question they couldn't answer on Tuesday.
Councillor Brown, do you have a question?
Fucking wild.
Councillor, could you please refrain from using bad language in the meeting?
Sorry, mine's a very simple one. Why are we offering free parking on weekend?
Councillor Brown, this again is not related to the amendment. I'm going to be strict on this today because we have got limited time.
It's just Monday to Friday.
Yeah. But which is no different than the substantive. All right. Councillor Adjournment.
Just, Madam Chair, is that possible to ask if, our thinking doesn't stop on Tuesday, so some of the things evolve through time, and we might have questions following up to Tuesdays. Even this morning when we see reading through the paper, some questions come to your mind. I think it's fair to allow us to ask questions.
Councillor, I have signalled this well ahead of time.
Yes, you did.
We had a full day of briefings,
You did.
hundreds of written questions. Yes. So I do think some of the items which are asked as questions are actually points of debate, which is fine and legitimate.
Yeah.
And I, absolutely, and Councillor McNulty said he has already had his question answered. So I am just trying to be conscious of our time and get us through the business. I would appreciate your cooperation with that, as it is all our job and we have many important decisions to make today.
I absolutely agree with you, Madam Chair. I think.
Do you have a question, Councillor Abdurrahman, that's related to the amendment?
That's all I'm asking.
Thank
what I'm
you.
asking is...
I think you've made your point. Are there any other questions?
Oh.
Do you have a question about the amendment?
I think you want to finish quickly this, so I will leave the question.
We all have a lot of business to get through today, councillors. I have signalled well in advance. We scheduled a full day of briefing and we have had hundreds of written questions. Councillor Randall.
Yes. In terms of this amendment, how much does this amendment align to the parking policy?
So on Tuesday we went through the options. The options that have a cap effectively incentivise those that are staying longer, and the short stay pay the full fee, the full $1 an hour, and the commuter gets to pay less over time. So I would argue that it's contrary to the policy, which is there to encourage short stay use for motorcycle bays and discourage longer stay use. So I'd say this does not support, it's not supported by the policy.
Okay. So I have another question, just to flag the question, but the question is about the officer's response to the last session we had, and you're not permitting any further questions. So
look, I am not. I am
just
just trying to guide this so we can get through the business that we have. Apologies if I am going a little bit hard at this point because I am conscious of the business that we have.
I just want to register my objection to your...
That's fine, okay? If councillors don't want to abide by what I advised multiple times, that's fine. We will just go to the questions as you see fit. Councillor Randall, ask your question.
In your advice to us in the last session, you outlined that a lot of the motorcycle parking, motorcycle driving involves lane splitting, and that was illegal. Do you know in what way is lane splitting illegal?
Certainly the undertaking of a moving lane. So overtaking is fine, but the undertaking, we do see that within the lane. So there's a subtle difference about how you can lane split, and there is a legal interpretation of that. And we do see that across the city, generally undertaken in a reasonably safe way.
Well, I know dangerous driving is illegal, but you have to acknowledge that, and I've certainly saw it this morning. That motorcyclists lane splitting, and there was certainly no indication that was illegal.
Councillors, if you are going to ask questions that I do not, could you please try and make them quick?
That lane splitting is, in many circumstances, still legal.
It's a very subtle line as to what's legal and what's illegal in terms of lane splitting. I can't see how it affects this paper, though.
It goes to how they avoid congestion, but thanks. Okay.
Councillor McNulty, if you'd like to ask the question that you asked previously.
Look, I just want a clarification from the Chair. I think what you've proposed is absolutely adequate and fair. What I was asking is, if there were questions asked on Tuesday and we didn't get an answer on Tuesday,
then
can we follow up
Yes,
today?
Go ahead and ask your question.
Cool. That's all I needed to know. Thank you.
Are there any other questions? There appear to be none. Thank you, Paul and Vida. Thank you for all the work that went into this process. All right, I'm now going to hand over to Councillor Free. I nearly used your first name. How inappropriate of me.
It's absolutely fine. It is my pleasure to bring this paper for the second time. Actually, we bought it at Regs Committee, and for various reasons we thought it wise to have the full council and our Pōiwi here to actually make the final decision. But before I forget, I do actually want to thank Paul Barker and Vida Christella for the work done on this paper. It has been extensive and, following up as well with the vast number of submissions we received and trying to crystallise some themes out of that and make some amended recommendations to us. And I want to acknowledge that further in the debate. And also to thank the DEM services staff for the process we needed to go through to actually move it from my committee into this committee. So I won't speak for long because we are under time pressure, but I just want to reflect a little bit on the process. So when we bought this initially as part of a bigger paper, the submissions showed an even split between people wanting to charge motorcycle charging and those who didn't. And actually there was a very, very slight tilt towards, on balance, we should charge for motorbike parking. However, when we opened it up to oral submissions, of course, we got a lot more people who were directly affected. A lot more motorcyclists came to us to speak. And I have to say that they were, as Councillor McNulty has indicated, strongly opposed to charging. But one theme that did emerge was that if we were to charge, that a cap would be one way that we could sort of mitigate the effect on them. And that theme did come through in our oral submissions. I have to point out that by this time, we'd already reduced the proposed fee per hour from $2.50 down to $1, and also this is on staff advice, and also bought it to be just weekdays rather than weekends. And I also have to point out that this proposal only applies to the CBD. We're not planning to charge for motorbike charging more broadly than that. And so I think some of this has probably, we've lost that point actually in some of the debate that's occurred subsequently. So there's no impact on this area outside of the CBD, none at all. It'll still be free. We are very short of space in the central city, and we are increasingly moving to recognise that people need to pay for some of the public good that they're receiving. Okay, so I am happy. This is actually my preferred compromise. I am happy to recommend that we support this. I think it meets some of our budgetary, that we've made a provision in the LTP to receive some money from this. I think that we need to honour that. But we have also responded in various ways to the concerns of motorcyclists, and I'm sympathetic to the motorcyclists. I do think that there's an argument that they're coming in on a slightly more sustainable mode of transport than a car, and also we know that they're often people who haven't got huge budgets. Not always. There's some pretty well-off people who ride motorbikes as well, we found out, but they often are people with less money. So I'm really pleased to recommend this to you. I don't as yet know that I've got a seconder, but I'm happy. Oh, thank you.
Do you wish to second?
Yeah.
Then you can, Councillor.
Councillor Brown can second, and I'll hand over back to you, Madam Chair.
Councillor Brown, do you wish to speak?
I think this is a good compromise. So well done, team.
All right, is there debate? Councillor McNulty.
Firstly, look, I'll just apologise to the Chair for that interaction. I was just trying to get clarity over if we didn't have answers on Tuesday, if we could do follow-ups, but withdraw. Apologise. Look, today, this committee decides whether Wellington is going to be the first city in Aotearoa to introduce parking charges for motorcycles. A dubious honour. I do believe if councillors vote according to the kaupapa on which they were ran and elected, then this proposal should fail. And I'll be frank, I'm predominantly talking to the Progressive and Green colleagues around the table because it's you that will let this proposal sink or swim. The likes of Councillor Brown, the Conservative dries, they're being consistent, and I'm asking when you take into account the environmental, cost of living, city economy and reputational impacts, just simply that you do the same. So firstly, it's a fact that increased use of motorcycles reduce vehicle congestion. Now, Councillor Rogers, I know you love informed and researched decision making, so I thought I'd better pull out some stats and statistics for you. 2011 Transport and Mobility Leuven study showed a 10% switch from motorcycles reduced congestion for all drivers by 40% and emissions by 6%. COP study in Paris showed that the increase in motorcycle ownership over 7 years resulted in travel time reductions of 36 minutes and travel time savings of almost 600 million. When we implement parking charges, we disincentivise motorcycle use and ergo increase congestion. I'm not arguing motorcycles are better than active transport for positive environmental outcomes, but there is hard data here. Next, I want to talk about the student workers on minimum wage commuting via moped that presented to us at Regs. For them to claw back just 1 day parking charge of $6 would take them 3 shifts post-tax from this year's measly 35-cent minimum wage increase. So being crystal clear, this decision is taking money from their pockets into the council coffers. City economy, motorcyclists are overwhelmingly commuters, and their decision to commute into the CBD has positive flow-on economic effects. Where there are people, there is economic activity. But we also know people more than ever have choices about where and when they work. So the imposition of this charge impacts those choices. When our amazing hospo businesses are facing the worst local economic conditions for decades, why tip the scales any further against them? To reputational impacts, 80% opposition in consultation is unprecedented for the Regs Committee this term in this council. No cycleway project has neared that level of opposition through council's engagement process. That has to mean something. Everyone in this room will have heard that public sentiment along the line of, oh, submissions don't mean anything, council don't listen. We know reality is more nuanced and our decisions have to be made on criteria wider than consultation alone, but 80% has to give pause. If this charge goes through, next time a member of the public expresses their dissatisfaction that council doesn't listen to the community, not one of us would be in a position to credibly disagree. And finally, the economics of this proposal. We're being asked to believe that the implementation of this charge carries not a single cent extra in enforcement costs, that there is no marginal cost whatsoever associated with the collection of a revenue, so that a 1 to 0.5 income to cost ratio will become 1 to 0. Not 50 cents on the dollar, not 10 cents, not even 1 cent. That is economically illiterate. Those revenue assumptions don't have credibility. I could continue, I see time, but I think most of us know deep down this is a bad decision and it's the wrong thing to do. Wrong for the environment, for workers, the economy and for public trust. Please let us show the public today that their council is better than this.
Councillor Calvert.
I wasn't going to speak, but Councillor McNulty encouraged me to do so. So as one of the fiscally conservative councillors and socially responsible, which I like to think I'm a centrist, but I also know how to balance a budget. And this is a real challenge we've got. Do we want to charge people for using our roads? Do we want to charge them for parking their cars? No. Ideally, we want to encourage them to come into our CBD. But we have to balance the needs of everyone. And this is the challenge that we've got. And we've got to balance the budget. And I just want to thank Councillor Free. It was a difficult task. We did listen to the community. I think getting to a realistic $6 a day, which is a lot less than probably a return bus fare for most. I think we've just got to think of that. So it's not perfect. We don't have enough money to run the city in with the projects we're choosing. And I would like to say that a lot of the projects that we're funding at the moment is not projects that some of us voted for or want to see carry on. But that's life. So we have to deal with the decisions that we've made, and I know there'll be costs involved in recovery of this amount of money, but if we want to charge the use of our road space, then so be it. But I also would like thinking done on the very low price that we're charging for our parklets, because in comparison it's a lot less. But I will be supporting these. Thank you.
Councillor Chung.
I'm a motorcyclist, but I'm also a cyclist, and so I'll probably spend about an equal amount of time on the motorbike as I do on my cycle. And I do believe that I understand that we need every cent we can actually get in revenue. You know, we're still out there spending without enough revenue coming in. And so, in general, I agree that if anyone uses a piece of land that belongs to the city, then they should pay for it. But I think that, as always, I think that we should apply this equally to all users of city land. And so, until we actually adopt a policy where we actually look at charging the cost of every user, then I find that it's very difficult to actually pick out single out cyclists or motorcyclists to actually pay this cost. And I do agree with Councillor McNulty about the data that he's come up with and the issues that the types of people that actually ride cycles and how they actually are the poorer members of the travelling public. So I'll be voting against this. Thank you.
Councillor Young.
I'm so fiscally dry, I think sometimes I might just crumble at the edges. So as a young journalist, I covered the coroner's court, and I wouldn't go near a motorbike. I think they're one of the most terrifying means of transport. And I do support user pays. However, I do feel the council is putting its hand down the back of the sofa trying to find money, because we should be cutting costs in lots of areas. So the net income from this is about $700,000, which is only slightly more really than the cost of the bike rack opposite the council offices that we don't charge for. So I think if we're going to charge for motorcyclists, we should be charging for cyclists, especially when they have such extraordinarily expensive bike racks, which apparently we may relocate to a more prominent position. So anyway, I do not support this, because I think it's unfair targeting a group of people who are actually doing more for the environment than people with SUVs, etc.
Councillor Abdurrahman.
Kia ora whānau. Speaking of SUVs, and for me, where the money goes to, and this council bought a car that cost 49,000, 50,000 K to issue, fitted with license plate recognition camera, to issue a ticket in one of the poorest suburbs like Newtown, and controlling the parking instead of sending parking orders. So if the money we generate through those kind of policies goes into buying SUV instead of employing people to do the job, it's not something that I support. Based on that, I will not be supporting today's motion on charging motorbike riders. It's also like a really interesting how we flip-flop to just make our points that when it suits our point. We talk a lot about climate action, and Councillor McNulty demonstrated research-based and how that is actually backed. Motorbike is just like a climate action to an extent. The paper says charging them is the opposite. So I'll leave on your court, but based on where you spend those monies and how we're spending currently, and I will not be supporting this. Thank you.
Councillor Rogers.
Yeah, thank you, colleagues, and thank you for your patience and also for dealing with coming to many different conclusions and also accepting this on behalf of regs to be considered here today. And thank you, Chair, for adding it to your incredibly long agenda. I guess what I wanted to talk about really is the utilisation of our street space. And for me, the priority of our streets should be for moving people and things. When we need to store a private car, whether it's a motorcycle or a vehicle or even a bike, I do think that the most appropriate place to do that is off-street. Our streets should be enabling vibrant communities within the city centre. And if we want to talk about reducing our climate emissions, the best way to do that is actually to get people living closer together, closer to where they work, closer to where they enjoy spending their time. And part of that is actually making our streetscape more attractive, making our streetscape a place that isn't just for storing vehicles, but a place that people can dine if they want to in a parklet, or where children can play, where we can have small parks that connect to our urban and rural environments. I don't know if the town belt's technically rural, but it's close enough. And so, I mean, it really is about how we want to utilise that space. We have limited space. Earth isn't growing, well, I guess it technically is, but Earth is growing very slowly, and so we need to be able to manage our space wisely, and I think this is one of the ways that we can do it. I do not think that motorcyclists will stop coming into the city. Many of our private car parking buildings are not at full occupancy, and they will be able to, in many cases, provide a service that is much better and probably for a cheaper price. And that means that we're freeing up space on our streets to do other things, to do better things, to do things that are for people, for the general public. And so that is why I'll be supporting that paper, and is why I commend you to support it as well.
Councillor Free, right of reply.
Thank you.
Councillor Randall, if you could get on the speaking, I know people like to play chicken with the debate, but if you can get on the speaking order earlier, it's helpful. Councillor Randall.
Thank you.
I see you, Tony.
Thank you, Councillor Matthews, for your tolerance for us. So first of all, I'm going to urge you to think again about all the decisions we're doing today, and about this decision in context with everything else. First of all, I'm opposed to this decision because, as outlined by Councillor Young, this is really a revenue grab, and quite unabashedly from the officers. This is not really about us taking a considered look at the overuse of motorcycle parking.
Councillor, I'm just going to interrupt you quickly to say it's not a revenue grab. If it's a revenue grab, it's not from officers. This has come from councillor decisions.
Okay, that can be your view. This is a debate. So this is the wrong decision because we don't have a revenue problem. We've got a spending problem. So I'm also have to say I'm a little bit disappointed in the officers' advice on this issue. Sometimes officers, and most of the time officers do excellent work, but I remember this started off at the same time as we also had the proposal to do metered parking in suburbs, and we literally got the model for supporting that, and the model was a table with some numbers in it with no supporting evidence. We're now continuing on, and every time we look at this, under public pressure, we reduce the amount, and we reduce the amount under public pressure, but public pressure says don't do it. Officers also haven't got advice about the decongestion benefits of motorcycling, and the last thing we want to do is for people to be forced to switch from motorcycles to cars. If people are living within a couple of kilometres or 3 kilometres of their work, then they're very likely to take a bicycle on our bike lanes. People take motorcycles because they don't have other choices a lot of the time. And a lot of these people who are making choices are making affordability choices in what is a very expensive city. I think motorcycles I would not do it. I think they are, as Councillor Calvert pointed out, quite dangerous. But people have choices, and we need to support the choices of all the modes, and motorcycling is a valid and legal mode. And I think they do help make sure the city works by being flexible and by enabling people to get to the right spots. There is evidence that they decongest the city. And so I really think that we are going to be worse off for having put this in, and yet another group of people will stop coming to our city. and work from home. Thank you.
Deputy Mayor Foon, also playing chicken.
Just really quickly, I want to acknowledge also that motorcycles are definitely better for our environment and congestion. Like, there's no doubt that that is a fair argument. But what I do want to go back to is that these were choices we made about how we gain an income, and we didn't want to bring in suburban car parking, and I really understand why. But there is evidence that by charging cars for parking, you get better turnover, so it is better for businesses. And so we've landed here with charging for motorcycles. I'm not going to deny this is probably one of the ones I feel most uncomfortable about, but I'm going to vote for it because this is where we landed on decisions that we previously made. Thank you.
Councillor Free, right of reply.
Thank you, and I won't spend too long. But I do want to respond to Councillor Randall on a few issues. The public pressure was actually very evenly split. We know that when we had our proper submission process, our fulsome submission process, I can't remember the numbers, but it was around about 44, 45% for both, and actually slightly in the margin of preferring a charge. Number two, this has come from the elected members. This is not, we cannot attribute this to officers. And I will also kick back on the quality of officer advice. We have had very sound advice from our officers, and lots and lots of research has gone into every single paper that particular team brings to us, and follow up as well. And I again thank our officers who've been working on this, and I won't actually stand to hear them criticised in that respect. I think Councillor Rogers raised a really good point. When you start to charge for something, you actually drive other opportunities. So there will be people for whom $6 is actually far too much, and they will ask their employer if they can tuck or somebody else, a mate, if they can tuck their motorbike round the back. But there will also be an incentive for our parking buildings to actually start doing something they've never done before, and that's provide cover, secure motorbike parking. And if they can undercut us, they've got a really good case. And if they free up more space because we've got fewer parks being taken up by motorbikes, we can have more motorbikes, or we can do something different with that space. Until you actually start charging, you don't unlock the potential for some other opportunities. So I just make that point, and I think Councillor Rogers made it very eloquently, but I think it's worth responding to that one. Otherwise, I do thank you for all of your contributions. Look, I realise this hasn't got universal support, and that's why it was important to bring this to this entire group, so we could actually all have a say on this, and we will live with the outcome, whatever it is. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Free. We'll go to the vote. Yes, there's been a call for a division. That is carried.
Sorry, voted against.
It's still carried. All right. I hope we've got a bit of our tetchiness out of the way, and we're all feeling much more mellow and calm now. Jokes. All right. Now we will move on to the completely uncontroversial matter of local water done well. No mai, Margot Ray, ki te horo e te kōrero. Oh, and Jenny Chetwin. Sorry, I didn't have your name on my agenda. Over to you to introduce the report.
Kia ora koutou. In the interests of keeping calm and I'll make a few comments just to open this really important conversation. And then, Chair, we might then go to you to fire questions at Margot and she'll be able to answer them. So just to open this conversation, the decision before you today is to decide your preferred model for the delivery of water services. It's part of the government's local water done well program, as you know, which requires councils across the country to really confirm an approach and submit their delivery plan by September the 3rd this year. We've been through a lot of conversations on this. The water reform process is really challenging. We acknowledge that for us too. It's had tight timeframes, legislation's still being developed as we go. We're kind of doing it in parallel with each other. And decisions do need to be made often in the absence of full information, and we understand that, and that's difficult. It is requiring you to make a leap into subsequent stages of whatever you decide today, with a reliance on good process and effective collaboration, and we understand that's difficult, and the decisions are really important. So I want to put that on the table. The outcome we're chasing, though, is essentially about how to deliver water services in a way that's sustainable, high quality, affordable, for the greater good through local ownership and control, transparency and accountability. That's what we're aiming to get to, whichever model you decide to go for. So Council agreed, just to recap, in December last year to engage with our community on 3 delivery models. The multi-council option for managing 3 waters, the standalone model for 3 waters with just WCC, and to retain the existing model, albeit slightly enhanced to meet legislative requirements. The feedback we've had from the community engagement is included in your papers, and we've also given you a sense of the feedback that we've had from other parts of the region as well, because that's really important that you understand where those regions are sitting as well. A note on maybe the 3 kind of big issues. The first one, the inclusion of stormwater. It's a big decision facing you. While water supply and water treatment is a fairly predictable system of pipes and engineering stuff, stormwater, in contrast, is managed through a wide range of interventions, some of which are less tangible, and it's a little bit different. Central to the decision you'll make today, and there's advice in the paper on that, is that that trade-off you need to make between cost effectiveness, environmental impact and stakeholder expectations. And we've given you advice in the paper on where you could go and what you need to consider. Entering into a new model also has financial implications for you. And as I mentioned, you're making these decisions without full information on asset management, on valuation positions or charging regimes. That's tricky too. We need to ensure your views are taken forward into the next stage of any process that you decide today in terms of where you want to go. And the same goes for future governance arrangements. That's still emerging, that's still being negotiated and being worked through. They're not clear. If a regional model is chosen, the preparation of the constitution, the shareholder agreement, the statement of expectations and the charter for consumers will need your involvement and your input and your leadership. And again, a leap will need to be taken into that process because it will be a collaboration if you choose a regional approach with potential partners. Just finally, a note on process for your deliberations today. We understand this is significant and you expect your views to be taken into the next stage of the process, whatever you decide that's going to look like. We are committed to listening to you to get the best outcome that you want for the city and for the region. Just a final note on the way in which the next stage of the process is influenced by you and the way you frame your decisions today. This has come up last week. Legal advice has indicated that you can't put conditions on the water services delivery plan, and we've covered this in the paper for you. It is important, however, that you are able to have your views expressed into the next stage. It is really important, and we do recognise that. Therefore, we think it's entirely appropriate for you to note your preferences for how things should generally track into the next stage going forward. And where things are already agreed, such as the debt transfer agreement we already have, it is entirely appropriate, I think, for you to note your expectation that that will be followed through as part of your consideration today. I will caution you, though, on noting preferences that put specific conditionality on your decision, on things that will need to be specifically agreed and negotiated that haven't already been canvassed. That will put at risk the prep of the WSDP, as those things will need to be negotiated with potential partners if you go into a regional model, and that will take time, and we may not be able to get everything we want. So we really just needed to call your attention to that. It is entirely appropriate for you to express your views on how things should go forward. I just caution you on the specific conditionality of how you do that. So I'll close there, Chair. And
Thank you. Now, we are in a slightly live position in that we're just finalising the wording of the amended substantive. I think there might be a few small changes. And there is an additional amendment from Councillor Brown. So what we are going to do, we're going to take, if there are any questions on the amendments that people already have, then we will pause, make sure everybody has a copy of the amendment and the amended substantive and has an opportunity to have a quick squiz at it, and then we'll come back for some more questions. So Deputy Mayor Foon has a question now.
To flag, Chair, my question is not on the amended substantive, but it was one that I have been talking with officers about. Thank you. So two things. Can we table the Q&A, particularly on water? Thank you. And the question I have is, how will the business community be affected by the different charging system for local water done well, or the multi-council option?
Deputy Mayor Foon, I do feel this was asked and discussed on the Q&A. Can we have a brief answer?
Thank you, Chair.
Can you just repeat the question, please, Deputy Mayor, just so
It is how will the business community, what will the changes the business community will experience by having a different charging system?
Really briefly, because we did discuss this in the Q&A.
So the intent in the bill that is currently before the House is for consumers to go towards a volumetric charging or some kind of fixed charging model, as opposed to setting any kind of rate based on the value of their property for all business and commercial and residential.
I think we're going to have to pause now because we are just finalising the amended substantive, so we need to get that circulated to you. So let's take a 5-minute break and we'll see. We may need to extend it beyond, depending on how we go. a paper copy of the amended substantive, which is being circulated. So unless you need, as I've highlighted, the new points are 4.2 and the 3 bullet points under 4.4. So I don't think we need extra reading time. We can start with questions if there are any on the amended substantive. Very shortly, you will get a paper copy of Councillor Brown's amendments. Are there questions on the amended substantive? Councillor Randall.
So just with respect to point 4.2, I mean, it outlines that stormwater service...
Sorry, can we... Yeah, sorry.
It outlines that stormwater services are not funded through volumetric charges. So I just... My two questions are, if not via volumetric charges, what are they going to be charged against? And if they're to be charged against something, for example, like capital value, are we able to share that information with the new water entity?
So the intent, we're quite comfortable with this amendment as it is worded, because the intent is to not charge stormwater through volumetric charging. It just doesn't make sense. So what we are exploring is the introduction of a flat fee. So we wouldn't be exploring based on capital value. To Andrea's point earlier, the legislation requires us to move away from that within a 5-year period. So that's what we're exploring. And what are the other options? And there is no a single recommendation on that from the project team at this point. As I say, we're working through that.
Can I have just one more? So in terms of a flat fee, is that a flat fee going to be... Is there going to be any annoyance to that? Because there's quite a difference between the stormwater runoff from a multi-unit, medium density location and, some of the mansions that are around the place.
Yes, you've highlighted just one of the many complexities we need to work through when thinking through this. And as I say, we haven't landed on a particular model for charging with stormwater, but we need to think through that quite carefully. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Calvert.
My question is about 4.2, and it's sort of, you've semi-answered already, but maybe I missed something. Can you just tell me what does it mean by volumetric charging? Is that charging the city as per se, or is that charging each household or split? Can you just,
So yes, so that would be per household. So essentially with the use of a mechanism such as water meters, so usage.
Yeah,
consumption.
So it's the stormwater that leaves the property, because I'm just thinking, how do you measure it? I mean,
but that's what we're saying is that because you can't do that, because it's an impossibility really. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Yep, Councillor McNulty.
Yeah, 4.4. Sorry, because this is all new. Providing financial support as we switch to a user charges model. I mean, just from get said, is that a tangible thing we can actually achieve without having a significant impact on our own OPEX to subsidise other users within our rates?
So that's why, as I understand it, this amendment is to provide advice. So we would need to go away and look at that. So we would need to think about how would that work. What would the cost for that likely be? Who would bear that cost? How would that work with other councils? Would they look to do the same? So that's why I can't answer you on how that might work, but that there is a similar model working in Auckland that provides financial assistance to a certain degree. So that would be a starting point for us to explore, to bring advice back.
Do you have any idea what the model in Auckland is spending in terms of,
No.
No. Okay.
No.
All right, thank you.
Raman.
4.4 regards to consumer advocacy group. Does that mean the consumer advocacy group to be established by the council to advocate to the new governing body, or is going to be part of the governing body to as advisory from the consumer side?
As I understand the intent behind this would be an independent group that would provide advice to council, and then for council to use that advice in their engagement and their setting of direction and priorities with the new entity.
So this is basically to establish that group between now and July 2026, because that's when. So
at the moment, as the amendment reads, it's to provide advice, and that advice might come back and say it doesn't make sense, it's not feasible, or there is another mechanism we could use to do that. So there is no time frame, there is no intent or anything, because we need to first do that exploratory activity.
Yeah, let me frame it, my question again. If, let's say, established after a little while, according to this direction, you come back with advice and we establish it, does that mean that will be continuous after the establishment of the new water entity as well? At that stage, we don't have much power. It doesn't matter what kind of advice we're getting from the team, or it's going to be advising to the new water entity?
We'd need to work through that. I mean, I don't see that there would be there would be little value setting this up to start on day one of the new entity, because the new entity will be finding their feet and setting themselves up and making sure there is no disruption to water service delivery to our community. So that will be their number one priority. So if such an advisory group were to be set up, there would probably be a bit of a lag in that. But again, we would need to go through this exercise to help form our advice on what would make sense in terms of a time frame.
So is that possible, as part of the term of reference or whatever, to include that group to be considered by the new entity? The new entity to establish the consumer advocacy group?
It's possible, and as I understand where this amendment has come from, that timing around for August would be to feed into your decision around the water services delivery plan.
Councillor McNulty.
So, Mark, you just said, so where has this amendment come from, sorry?
I believe there are several councillors who have different views that have culminated in this amendment.
My understanding is the process that has led to the coordination with the Mayor's office, Councillor Rogers, Councillor Free, Councillor Brown have all inputted into the amended substantive. And so what has happened is essentially everything where there was, we could agree with officer advice, and that has made it into the substantive. What is the outstanding item is Councillor Brown's amendment.
Okay, can I ask whoever moves to speak to 4.4 in some detail, because it's giving me a bit of pause.
Are there any other questions? Have we, just checking if we've got Councillor Brown's amendments. We don't have a paper copy. Do you want to, we could probably, oh, we've got a paper copy. Sorry, I didn't know they were sitting there. I can't be mean to anybody now because I had a cup of tea. Thank you so much. I think some people have some. Councillors, do you want to take a 5-minute adjournment to read that, or do you want? Okay, all right. We will adjourn for 5 more minutes. Are there questions about Councillor Brown's amendments? Was that your hand up? Yes, okay, all right. Councillor Free, first of all.
Yes, so I know that these haven't made it into the Mayor's substantive because of concerns. So I'm just going to ask our staff, what would be what do you think some of the concerns might be about Councillor Brown's amendment 4.5 and 4.7? Why wouldn't this be a good thing to vote for? Or would it be a good thing to vote for?
We won't, it's not a sort of why it wouldn't be a good or not good thing to vote for, but I think the advice, that'd be great. Thank you.
From an advice perspective, I think we need to think about if you decide to enter into a regional model, the proposal is for there to be 5 councils and 2 representatives from mana whenua. So there are 7 voices at the table. If we then think about how would the new entity work with 7 separate masters or mistresses, how does that work in terms of a cohesive entity and delivering cohesive outcomes for our region? And I think that's a really key thing we need to think about. I understand that there are concerns about the current model we have in place, and we do have a similar structure with an overarching committee, and I understand there are concerns about that. I would ask you to think about whether your concerns about having that structure in place, or are the concerns more about having clarity on the purpose and the roles and responsibilities that are enacted in that structure. And my advice is those 2 are quite separate things. So, and it is a little bit pie in the sky, rose-tinted glasses, but this opportunity we have in front of us through these reforms is an opportunity to reset. And we need to think about how far that reset could go and what we want that reset to achieve for our city, our communities, and our region. So I think it would be quite an ineffective and probably just an ineffective relationship to think about a new entity with 7 masters. I think I'll leave it there because there's a few questions that have popped up.
There are. Councillor O'Neill.
I wanted to, I just wondered, sorry, if you could break down, so would the effect of this amendment be to create a double decision-making committee but without legal powers under the new structure? Is this kind of asking for a second level of governance that is not mandated by legislation?
I'm not entirely sure if that was the intent behind the amendment, but I think that the other thing is, so we do need to understand how does Wellington City Council organise itself to engage with the new entity, whether that is through a stakeholder committee or whether it's direct as this is proposing. And so again, I think that just could be quite ineffective and quite messy. I think I might just look to Beth, just see if she has anything to add to that, councillor. No? Oh.
Apologies, councillors. I was trying to do multiple things at once and clearly failing. So if someone could repeat the question, that would be great.
Thank you, Beth. My question was around as if the effect of this amendment is to add an extra layer of governance for a direct relationship with the regional water CCO, is that out of step from what is currently legislatively taking place? Like, would this amendment add an extra layer of governance? Do we not? I'm just trying to understand the comment.
No, we don't think so.
Yeah. I'm just trying to understand the comment around having an additional layer of masters. What did we mean by that? And
it perhaps is for Councillor Brown to know what he means, but
sorry.
I think it wasn't about an additional layer, it was about the quantum.
Yeah.
Yeah,
so it was the 7. was the issue rather than an additional layer. Is that correct, Margot?
Yes, yes. So what is proposed is a stakeholder committee. So that would be made up of one representative from each of the owning councils plus one each of mana whenua partners, so 7 in total. So the new entity would be working to one joint body that happens to consist of 7 representatives. Without that committee, and this is what this amendment is exploring, is without that single committee, you would then have 7 direct relationships to the new entity, and the entity is looking to manage those 7. Yeah.
Thank you.
Yep. All right. Councillor Kaunihera, sorry, was next.
Yes, just from a process perspective, in your view, does the amendment to item 4.7 simply act as a patch to a hole created by the amendment to item 2.5, or does it meaningfully change the status quo set out in the substantive? Can repeat that if needed.
Councillor, 4.7, and which other one would you referring to? You saying?
So we are taking advice on the amendment now, right?
Yeah. Yep.
Yeah,
Councillor Brown's.
Yeah.
Yes.
So just in Councillor Brown's amendment, is your interpretation of it
beg your pardon.
that the amended 4.7 just fixes something that's come up in 4.5?
It's a mistake.
Right.
So.
Okay.
Yes.
The second part, anyway.
Yes,
does
working
the
together
second
with
part
mana
just
whenua
fix
partners.
Yes. Is that just in there to fix the first part, or does it meaningfully change something in the substantive?
So, my interpretation is that this would be required if the stakeholder committee did not exist. Yes.
Great, and I know Tim's itching to speak, but we'll do questions of officers first, and if you have questions of the mover, we can do that when we come to debate. Councillor Rogers.
Yeah, my question is if 4.5 were to pass, how mana whenua would be represented in that model?
We would need to work through that, and that would require us to have some conversations with our takaheri partners to understand what that would look like, how that might come about. I'd also like to point out that we would need to have conversations with the other partner councils on this as well, and I think to that point, Jenny, did you want to?
Yeah, that's just through you, Chair. This just goes back to my earlier point about if you're going to be putting this kind of conditionality on your decision at the end of the day, this is going to have to be negotiated with the other partner councils if you go for a regional approach. And just caution you on the risk around that in terms of the time frame needing to do that, because this is not what they would expect to see, and this would have to be negotiated with all of them to be agreed.
Do you feel negotiating something of this scale would pose a risk to us being able to accept a WSDP by the deadline?
Yes, we do.
Councillor Pannett.
Do you think that bullet point around the skills matrix will ensure that there's no political appointments made to the board?
So the bill, the draft legislation, actually requires appointments to be via a skills matrix. So
we already have a skills matrix, and it didn't work. So I'm just wondering if that is strong enough to make sure that, and I'm not talking about appointing politicians, I'm talking about people who are appointed for political reasons.
The skills matrix for the enduring board will come to council for you to finalise. That will be used to guide the enduring board. So you would be able to have, or council at that point would be able to have a say in the shape of that.
Councillor Brown. I'm watching you, mate.
I feel like a possum in the middle of the road now. I'm like, what was I going to ask?
We don't know.
I've done my job. I've scared you.
I suppose, just to actually come to your point, Jenny, that obviously we're not demanding anything. We are recommending something. Do you feel that there is any disadvantage in the Wellington City Council today noting its preferences so that the committee, whoever these mysterious people are who are actually formulating the new entity that is going to control our $8 billion of assets and $235 million of Three Waters revenue, that they should at least understand what our preferences are, even if they subsequently choose, as is quite likely, to actually totally ignore them.
I think, as I said at the start, I think it is appropriate for you to express your views and note your preferences. We just have to draw that line between expressing them as a condition or something that would, it's a subtle thing that we have to make sure that we don't express it in a way that it's a prerequisite of you going into the deal. Yeah.
Councillor Chung.
I just wanted to clarify what you understood by Councillor Brown's stating here, prohibiting the use of a shareholders committee. Now, the shareholders committee is a representative from all the shareholders, okay? So then he has there, following that, council will have a direct relationship. So he's saying that the other shareholders don't have an opinion in having that relationship with the board. Is that right?
No, so this is a bit awkward. I'm trying not to speak for Councillor Brown, but as I think I understand it.
The struggle is real, Margot.
As I understand it, this amendment is seeking for Wellington City Council to have a direct relationship with the new entity. And so without that common shareholder committee, my assumption is that would require each of the other councils and our mana whenua partners to also have a direct relationship with the new entity. So hence my comment about 7 individual parties. Yeah, but that's my interpretation of what's written, yes.
Councillor Randall.
So first of all, this amendment proposes replacing 4.5 with the amended noting. Would officers be more comfortable with the amendment if it was added instead of replacing 4.5 as a noting amendment?
I'm not aware of process in terms of if we're allowed to do that or not, but if there were, if I were to articulate it this way, if there were to be 2 preferences, or an amendment that expresses several preferences for exploring voting rights, then we could explore those definitely.
Okay. Secondly, you mentioned that what you call the stakeholder committee, let's call it the Wellington Water Committee. If that currently is proposed to have 7 members, 1 from each council and 2 iwi reps, on the assumption that each member has a vote, does that mean that Wellington City, which has literally half of the water consumers in the region, will have 1/7 of the vote around the committee?
As we've discussed previously, we have not explored what those voting rights would look like, and that is part of the recent conversations we've had with you to ask for your preferences and how you might like that voting to eventuate, so that if you decide today to join the regional entity, then over the next couple of months we can progress those conversations with the other councils. So no, I don't envisage that that's what the plan is, but then we haven't progressed any thinking, and that's why we need direction from you, and that's why there are, as I understand, 2 amendments today to explore 2 different options around that.
Yeah, and through you, Chair, I think the 2 different options, you've got 4.5 is proposing that officers do some work to look at options for proportional voting, whereas the replacement amendment from Councillor Brown is looking for stating a preference that you'd want almost a right of veto on decision making if you are going to be having WCC and any other one other voting shareholder on the decision making. So that's the difference. So one's asking us to explore options for proportional, the other one's expressing a preference for a form of veto.
Just wanted to add to note that we've corrected the numbering. So it's now 4.8. And I guess also just to provide the context, there has been quite a lot of debate about trying to get all of these into a form. So this is kind of really what we couldn't get agreement to put into a form where there was officer and councillor support to put it into the substantive. So that's why it is coming separately. It's been kind of around the houses to quite an extent, I understand. Councillor McNulty, have you got another question?
Yeah, I just wanted to ask officers if they thought it was ironic that the voting power that we have on Wellington Water isn't changed.
No, we're not asking about what's ironic. Councillor McNulty.
I think you actually got there. I was going to ask, what am I looking at? Like, really, that's what I was trying to get out of it. I think you've just articulated, but maybe I'll just open that to the amendment mover as well.
Sure. You're looking at a piece of paper. Councillor Free.
Yeah, so do you consider that having the proportional voting rights, if that's able to be achieved, sort of mitigates not being able to have a direct relationship with the, well, and to what extent does it mitigate it?
Look, I absolutely acknowledge the importance of voting rights, and that your very valid concern is partly driven by current situation, but it's also thinking about the future. And given the importance of that, I don't think it would be appropriate to comment other than I would thoroughly support going away and doing more work on and bringing advice back to you. I really think we should have some sound advice to give you and to let you have a sound conversation on this rather than responding to this here and now.
And I guess my other question is it totally unknown for 7 shareholders to be able to individually have a conversation with the board? I mean, how unusual is that actually? Maybe it's something Councillor Brown can address in his
I think that would be a very good option, Councillor Brown, just giving you time to respond to that. But I think we also need to think about what is it we're trying to achieve for our communities and our region, and thinking about how can we set this arrangement up in the best way that it's cohesive, it's integrated, that it's collaborative, and that we can set it up without putting impediments in the way from the start. That would be, I guess, how I would respond to that.
So my last question is, I sort of see Councillor Brown has several points that he's making, and I labelled them A, B and C. The third bullet point, does he raise some valid, can this be consistent? If we were to vote for the resolution to include the appointment of Director of the Skills Matrix, the Investment and Revenue Plan, is that a good thing?
You wouldn't be voting. Sorry.
And is it covered anywhere else?
I'm
looking at his third bullet point and looking at the things that he wishes to have some say in.
Perhaps I could clarify.
Yeah, thank you.
Under the Companies Act, appointment of directors has to be by shareholders.
Okay.
The resolution. So
all right.
That one, I think there is no issue there. I think, as my understanding, and I'm not the expert here, but the current bill requires the statement of expectation. The
skills matrix
investment plans to be set through the water services strategy. So we don't have significant concern with that. And the skills matrix is already intended to be adopted by shareholders.
Yes. Okay. Right. So you're thinking that there are currently provisions to make sure that happens. Okay. Thank you.
Councillor Adjournment.
So am I right in understanding that 4.5 is that when council say direct officers for the proportional voting, basically we are asking you proportional representation. There is only 2 ways you can have that proportional voting. Either you will have a veto power, which seems Councillor Brown is to some extent proposing, or you will have proportional representation that leads to proportional voting. Otherwise, one person sitting there, you can't say, oh, your vote will be 2 votes.
Through you, Chair, I think there's a number of ways you can cut this, and this is going to need to be sorted out in the next stage. If you do vote for this regional option, you can have 1 vote per council, you can have proportional, you can have a right of veto. We need to work through those arrangements when the shareholder committee is set up. And the point really is to go into the next stage, if you decide to go regional, to negotiate that in good faith and to work that through with your council partners.
So if we vote for Councillor Brown's motion, basically we're not saying agree is just like a noting motion. It will give you a power to negotiate, but still we are agreeing on going ahead according to recommendation 2 to go ahead establishment of the regional model. So this is only noting motion from my understanding.
So that is how we understand it, yes.
So you're expressing, if you vote for this, you're expressing a preference that's how you want it to play out.
Thank you.
Pauhi Kelly.
I'm confused. And I think that you've answered it, but maybe if I just ask and you can tell me if this is right. So instead of what we currently have, 7 people at the table who Wellington Water come there, what we're suggesting is Wellington Water will go to the 7 shareholder councils individually. Is that what we're saying?
I believe that's the intent of this proposed amendment, yes.
And
yeah, so they would go to the new entity would work individually, yes.
So this is saying, and mind you, this is noting, it's because you've explained that all of this is up for negotiation. What this is suggesting is putting this to all of the councils for them to have a way to have their finger on the pulse a bit more, so that the things that have gone wrong in the current structure is less likely to go wrong because you'll have so many eyes over it. Is this what this is saying?
You're really drawing our officers into debate. This is Tim's amendment, and the intent and purpose of his amendment is for him to cover, not for officers to answer on behalf of. I mean, I think you've had advice. Officers are advising.
Yeah, that's okay.
Yeah, okay. Councillor Rogers.
Yeah, mine was just a point of clarification in response to Councillor Adjournment's question. When you were discussing the noting part of Councillor Brown's amendment, that is to note a strong preference, in saying that as a noting amendment, are you describing that you will not go away and do any work to progress that model? Or in that essence, is it essentially a direction to officers to go away and progress work in that area?
So if the decision is to adopt this amendment today, then we would progress that, and that would be the position we would take into discussions with the other councils. So no, we would not say that's a noting rec and leave it be. We would have to actively investigate it, yes.
Okay, thank you.
All right, I think that is... Okay, Councillor Frey.
Because I can see that these two dovetail together, I do want to ask a question about the ones that have come as substantive. Am I correct in thinking officers have quite a degree of comfort with the amended substantive?
Thank you. Yes, we do. We're quite comfortable with those. Some of them are ambitious and timeframes are tight, but we are all working to tight timeframes under this reform. But yes, we are.
Okay, thank you.
So I think, to be clear, so everybody is clear, there is a level of comfort with what has gone into the amended substantive. There are concerns about Councillor Brown's amendment, which we have just elucidated at length about what those concerns are. Yes, great. Yes, thank you. All right, I think that is the end of the questions. I would like to, in case we don't thank you again, thank you so much, and especially Margot. I think we've all at least expressed to Jenny the quality of the paper, but the quality and confidence with which you have answered a billion, million, bazillion questions. We are, all of us are extremely grateful to you for your work. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
All right, we are going to move this before lunch and get some. I have a little secret idea of an agenda in terms of time in my head, and we are going ahead of it. So I think all right, we can. Yeah, I've jinxed myself. Touch wood. All right, Mayor Whānau is going to move the paper.
Kia ora koutou, and again, I just want to thank Margot and other office staff for their hard work on this. I think this is, I can only speak for myself and maybe a few others, this is the most we've understood about water infrastructure since I've been here. And so just thank you for the way that you've presented all of this on this massive project that has been, the timeline has been imposed on us, right? And I'm proud that we've been able to keep up with the play based on what staff have been doing. So thank you. And of course, this makes us feel uncomfortable when it moves so quickly. So I really appreciate councillors as well engaging in this seriously, because this is obviously one of the biggest decisions we will ever make. We know that this multi-billion-dollar solution is needed from underinvestment, and I think the way we've all engaged in this has been really great. Just to recap though, public feedback on the regional model has been pretty clear, 72%, with the panel survey being 82%. So us supporting the regional model is obviously the way forward, but we do need to make sure that it's set up correctly. So in this amended substantive, as has been alluded to, I've taken on, well, Michael, thank you to Michael as well for navigating these very difficult amendments. We've taken on what we think officers and ourselves can be comfortable with, and separated others out that, in my opinion, I feel are too prescriptive and puts extra pressure on staff and Margot, who are already at capacity, if not over capacity. So the amendments set up some principles and priorities for our council as we go into that next round to prepare for the delivery plan. So things like ensuring that we get the best possible arrangements to manage stormwater, acknowledging it will continue to have overlap with council's roles, reaffirming that our equitable debt transfer is non-negotiable, absolutely critical for our involvement in the entity. And there's a lot of concerned discussion around the governance model. So we want to make sure that Wellingtonians have a fair say on the stakeholder committee. And I'd also note that in terms of proportional voting, there's a lot of advice coming back on that as well. And of course, with the consumer advocacy group, while we won't make decisions today based on the amended substantive, it's good to start investigating now so that we're not on the back foot in 12 months from now. So again, thank you to staff. It's very complicated, but I'm confident in what you've put forward. Thank you.
Now, my understanding is Councillor Rogers is going to second. Would you like to speak now, Councillor?
I reserve my right.
Okay. Shall we try and do Councillor Brown's amendment before lunch? Yes. Councillor Brown.
Thank you. I'm just talking to my amendment, obviously. When I first came on the council, I went on the Regional Water Committee for a year, and that was a very salutary experience in terms of how it operated and what it wasn't doing, which I would have regarded as a minimum necessary level of good corporate governance. And I met the chair of Wellington Water and had a conversation with him about his complete lack of relationship with Wellington City, because I was by that stage becoming aware of deficiencies in terms of our understanding of where our money was going and whether in fact the company for which he ultimately bears responsibility was being well managed. And he flat refused. He said, "No, I'm not going to meet with the Wellington City councillors. My job is to talk to the Regional Water Committee." And as I've said, I just discovered that they really weren't doing anything resembling the sort of job I felt they should. So I have a very strong aversion to the idea of another layer coming in between the shareholders of the new water entity, which will be Wellington City Council, Porirua, Upper and Lower Hutt, and the water company. The water company directors should report directly to the shareholders. And the question which obviously a number of people around the table have asked is around what is the practicality of that? What does it actually mean, and how does it work in alternative universes? So I could give you the specific example of Infratil, which from where I've worked for a long period of time. Infratil, in respect of revenues and respect of assets under management, is quite a lot bigger than Wellington City Council. So it's not a tiddling company. The level of connectivity between the board of Infratil and shareholders is tremendous. And it's very efficient, and it doesn't get in the way of people doing their jobs, but it does mean that the board are very well aware of what shareholders are actually wanting out of the company, and similarly that shareholders who have concerns are able to actually have those concerns addressed on a one-on-one basis. The number of formalised meetings that occur between Infratil senior management, directors and shareholders is very substantial each year, but it's not a distraction. It's a positive part of that organisation. It actually benefits the culture of Infratil because it means that the company at a senior management level and at a director level understand the aspirations of shareholders and have a dialogue with shareholders. And I think that is what we want out of this very, very major corporation that we're going to be establishing. The idea that it's going to be super awkward for these guys to actually meet with us and Porirua and the two iwi and the two huts is actually wrong. That is not a hassle. It's not a problem. It's actually a benefit to the company because it will ensure that the people who are running the company are connected with the people who effectively they're running it on behalf of, i.e. the shareholders and the residents of Wellington and the other residents and water consumers around the region, which is also why I've advocated in terms of the establishment of this consumer advocacy group, which I think is also going to be very important. So we don't have the ability, as Margot and Beth have explained to me, to demand features of the option one. All we can do is express preferences. And so I think these are minimum preferences that we should be expressing because at least it's putting on the table that we want a direct relationship with the company and we want to make sure that we're not in a situation where our wishes are overridden. And in particular, in respect to the board appointments, that there is actually a formalised process to make sure that directors are chosen on a necessary minimum level of skills required to actually run a company of this nature. And I'd just like to actually give you one little sort of anecdote about the directors and the skills aspects. I had a look at the 2014-15 annual report of Wellington Water, which was straight after it was established. It had an exemplary board. It had the then chief executive of Watercare, other water executives, people who had expertise in infrastructure businesses, people who had expertise in contracting, and the chair was actually a well-respected corporate lawyer. The very first director change that occurred from that point was a retiring executive from the regional council. And from that point on, it just became a place where people who had actually local government experience, either as elected people or as officers, ended up sort of migrating on. And eventually the thing became completely politicised and, in my view, not efficient. What we've seen we're aware now that this entity received an advice in 2021, God knows what happened before then, that effectively said you are doing a lot of things really wrong, and they got it from their auditors. They completely disregarded it. And they didn't disregard it because it is mentioned in that year's annual report that we're going to change it, but then they disregarded it. We, of course, got Field Force to have a look at the business and provided some extremely scathing advice. They literally waved it and said, who cares about that? Subsequently, through our statement of expectations, we forced them to do further reviews, and they've identified, or they got other external advice. We need a direct relationship with this company because it's going to be very, very important, and it's going to be very important for that company to do its job well, that it actually has that direct relationship.
Just letting you know, you've had 6 minutes.
Sorry, I've just got one last point on the Second Amendment, very briefly. I totally agree that we want to make sure that we have a really strong connection with our Takahiri partners in terms of how the overall three waters are going to be run. I don't feel that Takahiri partners, or in this case sort of more iwi partners, have been well served through the Regional Water Committee as well. They, for instance, don't get a vote on the directors, and to be honest, I think that the committee has done a very poor job. So I don't have a problem with the essence of what is proposed in terms of the mana whenua partnership, but I would really like, to the extent of actually wanting it in the resolution, that I believe that we as a council should sit down with our takahiri partners and make sure that we understand exactly what it is that how this is going to work, what their wants are. So all I've done in terms of the amendment on that second part is just to say, look, let's make sure that we actually do have a good partnership relationship in terms of the new water business, but for goodness sake, let's actually have a meeting. And as you know, Liz and I both asked for, Kelly asked for a session on this topic a little while ago. So this is just kind of making a demand of that stand. So thank you.
Okay. As you can see, I'm having a bit more latitude when people move significant amendments. So, but I will continue to remind you of the time. Yeah, someone could start singing if no. So Pauiwi, Liz Kelly is going to second. Do you wish to? Well, that's what Councillor Brown told me. Okay, you said it with a sort of an upward inflection, so if there was some doubt. Would you like to speak now, Pauiwi? Okay. Is there debate? Councillor Rogers.
Yeah, I just wanted to start by acknowledging Councillor Brown and the immense amount of work that he has put into scrutinising both the current entity and the process we're going through in order to establish a new one. And I also want to acknowledge that many of his thoughts have made it through into the substantive motion, which is by far where I see my priorities lying for our water services delivery model. I do have some residual concerns with what has been put up by Councillor Brown, and namely my concerns lie around our ability to adopt a WSDP with the other councils in the region by the deadline. And the advice that we did have quite emphatically back from officers is that if we were to direct them to undertake negotiations of this form, it would pose a significant risk to us being able to adopt it in time. I do think that we need to ensure that Wellingtonians are adequately represented at the decision-making table, and that's why I strongly support 4.5 as written in the substantive. But I do have fears, particularly around our ability to have a veto right. Much of the advice SNP has provided to the government around the formation of water entities is that any council that has a shareholding of more than 50% would not be able to adequately separate the balance sheet of the entity from its own. My fear with us having more than 50% of the vote, or in effect a veto right, is that SNP may not view that favourably and may consider that we're not able to fully separate the debt of the entity from the council. And I think that puts the council at a very great risk, particularly with the amount we need to borrow to fix the water infrastructure that we have. And so that is why I would plead for you to not vote for Councillor Brown's amendment, instead vote for the substantive, which does take a measured approach, considers what could be done within a reasonably practicable time frame to ensure we do have a WSDP, and will set up both the council and the water entity for a fiscally sustainable future.
Councillor Chung.
I'm actually, I found that Councillor Brown's argument when he talked about the reasons why he came up with this was actually quite valid and made a lot of sense. But when I look at the amendments that he's actually got down here, it seems to me that there's too much of a similarity between that and the Wellington Water Oversight Committee that we actually had. And so I consider that's something to be, well, I am very, very nervous about that, because I don't want to get back into the same situation as we have with Wellington Water. So why would we not then drop this and then go back to, why would we not look at option 2 as being much more preferable, because then we do have a direct relationship with the Water Board.
Is there further debate, councillors? Councillor Free.
Yeah. I am finding this a difficult decision because I guess I've been scarred by a long period of time sitting around this table and I'm going to say it, the incompetence of our existing water entity. And I don't say that lightly. And I think we have evidence that it's not unjustified to say that. I was thinking about this, and I was thinking actually this argument that you're dealing with 7 separate shareholders, I questioned that, because in actual fact you can have your iwi representatives on the board. there making the decisions, in which case you are then dealing with 5 entities. And if you actually said, well, the regional council's a bit duplicated because they're representing each of the TAs, you could bring it down to them having a relationship with 4 entities. And I'm thinking, actually, that's not unknown to have 4 entities meeting directly with a board and being able to put their case without having it filtered through a committee. Now, what I've seen of this committee, and I have been a few times, I'm actually going to say there's been bullying on that committee. I've watched them. I've watched their attitude to our mayors, and I haven't been impressed because other mayors have said things and have kind of applied pressure on our mayors and made them look silly, and I haven't enjoyed that. And we are the biggest shareholder, and I feel as if that the mana that we should have had around that committee has not been there. And so, you know, I'm not even convinced that these people will uphold our desire to have proportional voting rights, which could be like a local government New Zealand. Our rep goes along with 7 votes because of the size of our council. But I'm not even convinced they're going to hold to that. I have experienced a sense of utter powerlessness around what's happening to our water. I live in an area where there are illegal outflows because our sewage treatment plant hasn't been properly looked after. And I've lived through an era where we haven't had that information, where it's been like wringing blood out of a stone to get the information we need. And, you know, so actually I'm probably going to support this. And even though it may not be a majority, I actually think we do need a strong voice with this new company that controls billions of our assets, $8 billion worth of our assets, has been such a political hot potato, has caused grief to our residents because of ill performance, and is just such a reputational risk. So look, the time frame to me, we've been an arm up our back being told that we have to do things in a certain time frame. Well, I'm sorry, actually what we do need to do is do the right thing. So thank you.
Councillor Adjournment.
Kia ora whanau. I'm also supporting this noting motion for the fact that it gives actually a bit of power to our officers. When you negotiate, you start from somewhere here and you can get it a bit better out of it. So it's about power allocations. We are the biggest council. We are going into this arrangement with equal power. That makes a decision, the distribution of maintenance, allocation of resources. And if you don't have a way that you can influence it, not a veto power, because that's not working, we know, in United Nations Security Council. However, having a bit of presentation in that space and assertiveness would be something that you require from your region. The third point is the problem with the centralized power itself. We are just putting all, when it comes to water entities, in a way really centralized when we don't have any power. We already know what's happening currently when we have a bit of power. When you don't have any power, the only power is just dedicating one director who will be sitting in that table with equal vote with everyone else. And I think this gonna give them, I think I also want you all to note that we are not saying this is a deadline. If you don't accept this, we're not accepting the amalgamation. We are just saying our officers to go ahead with it and have a bit of leg room so they can negotiate with them. So I'm supporting.
Councillor Randall.
It's interesting that people who are supporting this strong message are the ones that are speaking, and I hope that other than Councillor Rogers, others will also speak to this, which is clearly the biggest single decision we're making. And I thank Councillor Free and Councillor Adjournment for their comments. Look, we were clearly ripped off by the setup under Wellington Water. And of course, this message comes from that. And we weren't ripped off because of the governance arrangements. We were ripped off because the governance arrangements didn't reflect the amount of money and the amount of investment that was supported from our consumers. We are half of the new entity. Half of the bills that come out from the new entity will come to Wellington City residents and businesses. Councillor Rogers is rightly concerned about if we have a stronger view on the governance that it could affect our debt rating, but in fact that may happen anyway. If half of the revenue and half of the assets of the new entity are from Wellington City and we are representing those residents, then it could well be that it will affect us, irrespective of the governance arrangements. The governance arrangements are really just about control and us being able to effect the correct instructions from our community. Officers literally asked that. They said, what are you asking for? And they want the message of what we are trying to achieve for our community. I just want to again reiterate, as we said before, our officers knew for years that Wellington Water was seriously ineffective in managing its vendors and that we were paying far too higher costs. And we were helpless under the previous governance arrangements. It would be a travesty if we go through the motions and don't empower our officers to make sure that we do not repeat what we've already suffered. Because otherwise we will be having the same conversation that we've had earlier in the year in 5 years' time about the new entity. This is a noting amendment. It's just a strong message. There's nothing compulsory about it. But I think it's very important that this council supports this amendment and just shows its clear frustration to make sure that our consumers of water know that we have some ability to be held accountable in the future with this new entity. And this is what I believe this amendment supports.
I'm going to speak next. I want to thank Councillor Brown and the other councillors, I think, for the work that went both into the substantive and the amendments. And I thank you, Councillor Brown, for being pig-headed and refusing to back down and kind of putting this individually in the face of advice. I really do actually appreciate that. However, like Councillor Rogers, I am extremely concerned about the advice that this would put at risk our ability as a council to get a water services delivery plan across the line. And if we talk about empowering officers, listen to their advice about the consequences of this. Because the consequences are that we may lose our ability as a council to influence this process and this entity at all. So all of this would become completely theoretical. I'm speaking. No, I'm speaking, we've had officers' advice. If you're talking about a point of order, we have had that advice. We did. Councillor, that is the advice that we have received, that it would be risky for the delivery of a water services delivery plan.
If that is the case, I might change my mind. So can we please get that confirmation? Because I also believe that that's I genuinely think that's.
Correct, am I?
It's misrepresentation. It's your call to say. I don't think that's the case.
I'm correct, aren't I am going to do an unusual thing and no, not back down, actually. Come on. I'm going to do an unusual thing and pause my address to receive this advice. Is the advice that the amendments as proposed by Councillor Brown would put at risk to an extent our ability to deliver a water services delivery plan?
So through you, Chair, if the amendment was saying that it was a condition on your, I know, I'm trying to clarify.
Councillor Brown, order.
Thank you. So it goes back to the point I made at the very start. If the amendment is I'm just saying if the amendment is saying this is a condition on your decision today, then that does put at risk the delivery of the water services plan, because we will have to negotiate that through, and that will take time. However, the way I'm reading this is that it's asking us to communicate your strong preference into the process, which we will do. You may not get what you want.
All right. Thank you, Jenny. I retain my concern that this would impact our ability to get a water services delivery plan over the line. I just want to say I agree with everything that Councillor Free said, and I agree with nearly everything that Councillor Brown said. However, we are not, and the difference that Councillor Brown and I have is I have never felt that this was a free decision of our council, that we are hemmed in on all sides. And, you know, and it may be because of the world that Councillor Brown operates in and lives in, and the world that I live in, where I experience those constraints much more frequently than he does. And so I've never felt that we had a free decision on this matter, and I am concerned about us setting too many conditions that will impede our ability to do this. And so that's my concern. It's, you know, we've had the advice, but my most important thing that for me to do as a councillor is to get a water services delivery plan over the line. Has there got other speakers? Yes, Pauiwi Kelly.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Councillor Brown, for bringing this here. I agree with what everybody has said, but what I really wanted to focus on is the things, one of the things that Councillor Free said about where she lives and how she sees discharges going into the marine, our marine coastal waters. I see that as well from my window, and of everything that we do here at Council, these water reforms is something that actually keeps me awake at night. Because I think that it impacts so strongly on our environment and the well-being of our people, whether it's having leaky pipes or dirty water. These water reforms are crucial to what we do here as a council. I've been concerned to hear that we need to make decisions in the absence of all information. That I'm concerned that we have to meet these tight frames that we're being imposed on us by government, and if we don't do what these time frames say, then we have this threat hanging over us all the time that somebody else is going to come in and take over for us. Well, I think that this is the time when we do need to step back and really think about the impact that this decision is going to make on our region. Of course, on Wellington, that's most important for us around this table, but on our region. I'm really pleased to hear the things that you shared with us about your experiences on the Water Committee, and I tautoko what you said, because I've seen that as well. And what I'm concerned about is if we don't agree to make it clear what our strong preference is, that we want accountability from whoever is going to be in charge of this water entity. We want accountability, and that means that we want them to come to us and to talk to us and to tell us what's going on. And I agree with what Councillor Brown is saying. It doesn't have to be adverse, what's the word? Adversarial. It doesn't have to be adversarial. It can be, because I can tell you a lot of our iwi hui can be that, but it also is an opportunity for us to know what's going on in the iwi, and people go away and you feel informed and you're happy about it. And so I agree with what is being said here, that our preference should be to let them know, no, if you're going to be on this entity, you need to come and talk to us, the shareholders, and be accountable. So I'm asking that you do support this. Like what our officers have said, we mightn't get what we want, but at least we're going to share our view with them that this isn't good enough. What we have had in the past isn't good enough. And I don't trust those that are currently at the table are going to listen to us unless we make it very strong, a statement very strong about what we need to do. So I'm sorry that I haven't been really coherent. I've been all over the place, but I support what you say, Tim, and I really thank you for being across everything. Everybody is, but I know that you really do get to the nitty-gritty of everything, and I want to thank you for that.
Councillor Calvert.
Yeah, look, can I just ask the mover of the motion in the right of reply just to clarify why they've struck out 4.5 and not just added it in as an additional amendment? Yeah, so if you could just... Well, we just need to know what we're voting on. And at the moment, this amendment is saying scrub out 4.5. So if you could, or you could get that clarified before we vote.
Yes, Councillor Brown, you can answer it later. Councillor McNulty.
Adjournment.
We'll take a 5-minute adjournment.
Point of clarification about the advice that's been provided. And then we're going to go to the mover with a slight change to his amendment, with your leave.
Right, through you, Chair. First of all, my apologies to the Chair if I have put you wrong. I did not mean to, so I apologise for that. This is tricky, guys. Okay, so we're in the position where this is expressed as a strong preference that you want us to take into the next process. Now, if we go into the next process negotiating with the other councils on the things that you have expressed a preference for, and they say no, it comes back to how we come back to report that no back to you. Because it's expressed as a strong preference, we would assume you'd want us to bring that no back, at which case you would probably want to have another conversation about it. That will put delay into the process for negotiating the WSDP, and that will put the WSDP at risk.
Thank you for that point of clarification, Jenny. We appreciate it. And, and Councillor Brown, you're asking for the leave of the meeting to just change the format, slightly format your, to not strike out.
Yeah,
you tell us what you're asking for.
Just to not strike out 4.5. So in other words, leave 4.5 in and, yeah.
Is there a leave of the meeting?
Yep.
Thank you, councillors. Much appreciated. Let's go back to debate. Councillor McNulty.
Oh, I feel much better now that we've done that leave of the meeting without striking it out. Yeah, look, the region never owned up when we went through the value for money saga this year. The rest of the region never owned up to their role in the mismanagement of Wellington Water. And Siobhan and Chris were at this table for 2 years telling us there were issues, 2 years internally trying to shift the culture, 2 years telling us about Fulton Hogan's contractual arrangements and dealing out jobs in a numbers system rather than in a tender process. I went to the meeting at Hutt Council after those reports went, national, and I remember, as questions came through to the chair, asking about the field force report and it being treated as an afterthought of, oh yes, I do need to read back up on that. We had the field force report. We knew there were issues, and the rest of the region did sweet. I've already been in trouble for language today, but you can imagine what I would be saying next. So I do support a much stronger position from Wellington City Council, and this is a noting amendment at the end of the day. They can note that they don't care, which they probably will in the rest of the region. But with 4.5 there sort of as a fallback, I do feel much more comfortable about this. Yeah, you've convinced me, Tim. As you were coming through with your monologue at the start, I was starting to drift, I'll admit, but... But no, I really, I've always said that my preference on this whole paper has been on a regional model because the water network is regional and geographical boundaries do not take account of pipes and reservoirs and things like that. But there has to be some substantive change, and we have to at least, by the good of our residents, send the strongest possible message about what we want to see in terms of governance arrangements for the new entity. And given that we have been vindicated as the council, I remember the culture when we came in, we were the villains. We were the Wellington City Council. If we just put up more money, no more leaks, it would all be fixed. And we've fought like hell, and some of us particularly, to change that public perception. And so we're there, and now we need to say we don't want to put a structure or an entity in place that's going to get to a repeat of that, because that would be a disaster. So I will back this, and I feel I was very torn while you were striking out 4.5, but I feel a degree significant more comfort now that we've got 4.5.
Are we going to number these to make it a little bit more clear? Because there's quite a lot in this 4.5 now. Oh, I see. Thank you. I'd only just noticed. Thank you.
All right. Did you not speak already? Oh, someone crossed you out. Councillor Calvert, was that John? Crossed you out?
You did. You asked.
But she was also interrupted.
Oh, did you? Okay. Yeah. All right, let's go. Did you speak? I mean, I prefer not to have people speak twice today. Okay, thank you. Then I think we go to right of reply, Councillor Brown.
Thank you. Obviously, when I wrote this clause, and I did so with the advice of officers, it was very much with the intention of not impeding in any way the formation of the WSDP And I think that that is something which we can be quite confident that can still happen in early September, even if we have expressed a strong preference for changes to the way it's actually structured at the moment. Because as Jenny has told us, at the end of the day, our strong preferences amount to nothing. That is to preference. I would also like to point out in terms of just one other point that was raised against it, which was that it could threaten balance sheet disintegration, if I can call it that. That's completely wrong. I mean, if we own less than 50%, then that is not going to result in integration. And it's also worth noting that Watercare is being disaggregated from Auckland Council, and that's going to own 100% of Watercare. So having the voting rights that I proposed here are not in any way going to cause integration with, I can be absolutely categorical on that, with Wellington City Council. I think the most important thing is that we want to actually signal that we want to have some power over this entity, and we want to have a constructive, direct relationship. And this is the way to do it, because I think the remote relationship that we have today with the existing Wellington Water has been a very, very fundamental reason for the bad behaviour that has evolved and the bad blood that has arisen. So I think that actually a direct relationship is going to solve many of the problems that we actually have under the existing regime. So I would hope you'll support it.
All right, we will go to the vote. So the whole of Councillor Brown's amendment? Yes, there's been a call for a division. That has lost. We are now going to break for lunch. Is that all right? Is lunch ready? Councillors, your lunch is on level 8. I am going to ask if the room, especially for members of the public, could be cleared so staff can organise us for the afternoon session. And we will come back, and I'm going to do it tight. We'll come back at 1:30. Councillor McNulty has circulated words to an amendment to try and attempt to find a compromise to achieve the outcomes, I'm sorry, I won't speak for you, but to achieve the outcomes of the prior amendment. I have, over the lunch break, asked our team whether they are comfortable with this wording, and they are. So I have asked Councillor McNulty, and with leave of the meeting, if we can include it in the substantive to save time. There's no objections? It's in your email. You will see the most recent reply from Tim. Do you want to take another couple of minutes to just read it? Okay. So there is one change from the email that you have received, that shareholders has been replaced with stakeholders? Okay. So everybody is fine with that? Okay. So we return to the substantive, to debate. Is there any? Can we be very restrained in our comments, and not everybody needs to talk? I appreciate some councillors haven't spoken at all yet, and I'll go to Councillor Pannett for the first.
So I did just reflect on my long history and knowledge of local government in this city, and whether we've actually ever done anything that much regionally successfully. And I then got a bit stuck. Maybe there has been some public transport and water delivered, but really this debate did show how difficult it is, but also, my view is that really not much has changed. It will just be the same as last time, but with our assets gone, and maybe there being some increased regulation, which I would support. So I will be voting against number 2 because I believe we should continue to control our water. I know that people have put through significant amendments to try and improve things, and I appreciate that. I do think it will help. But for me, it just doesn't go far enough. And colleagues, you will be familiar with my view. I am a little bit tired of this council giving away or transferring assets to other bodies. It's important that we hold on to them. It's part of what we need to do to run our city properly. It's also important that we don't actively disempower ourselves, because we need to be here when, as I've said many times, when a Conservative government is empowered. We have a big job to do, and this is the situation that we've got at the moment, which is a very difficult situation. And so it is important that we are as powerful and as effective as possible. I also want to completely decry the lack of action from the left about why we're even going for this kind of model in the first place. Why is corporatisation being seen as being desirable? I know there have been comments made that we're not going to have privatisation, but this idea that this other entity should have a direct relationship with customers is one I reject. Water is a human right, and it needs to be seen as a public service delivered by a local authority. I appreciate there have been serious problems, but sometimes that has been down to politics rather than a governance issue, and sometimes at the operational level as much as possible. I take Councillor Brown's points around stormwater seriously. I think this was very unfortunate that we are not going to be managing it. So that is presumably going to provide some problems. A consumer charter is hopeless. We definitely need a deeply embedded group that will stand up to what will potentially be a very powerful entity. I do support proportional voting, but I am deeply sceptical that anyone in the region will actually agree to it. So it ends up being that, that we'll just
That's 3 minutes, Councillor.
we will just have one vote. So, you know, I'm just deeply disappointed. I feel that we have been directed. I know there's been partly because of first a Labour government and then a national government directed us down a particular road, but it doesn't feel like we've had much choice, and we've just, which is typical for government, we've just ended up with not, a lot of money has been spent, a lot of political energy wasted, and we haven't actually made much change.
Councillor Free.
The main reason I wanted to speak is that I really want to thank the staff, and particularly Margot, who spent time with quite a bit of time yesterday actually responding to my concerns to strengthen our case and to make some make explicit some of the things that we might want to see. And, you know, I think as a result of that, I feel comforted that at least we're going into this relationship, as you should go into any relationship, with a little bit spelt out at the start about what your expectations might be around that relationship. And then we at least have a negotiating position on the table, and for that I'm really, really grateful. I think that the starting position, which was 1, 2, 3 and 4, left us wide open to any kind of interpretation without us actually having a discussion around, a debate around this table and putting a stake in the ground as to what our expectations might be. So I'm thankful that we're in this place. I don't think we're necessarily doing the right thing, but we have our arms around up our back being told what to do. It's not great. And I actually kind of agree with Councillor Pannett. I can't think of very many. I think one of our weaknesses is how we've operated in partnership with other councils, and it hasn't always been our fault, but nor have we been successful in changing that. So I can only hope that this is a better example of collaboration and partnership, and that we feel more empowered, and that we are doing justice to our ratepayers, because that's the fundamental thing. We are here representing the interests of Wellington City, and we must stand up for our ratepayers. They have nobody else to argue for them in this situation but us, and these bits in red are meant to be for our and their benefit. Thank you.
Councillor McNulty.
Thank you. Just for those following along at home with what we've done, I thought I'd just better explain what's happened in 4.5.1 there. So Councillor Brown moved an amendment before lunch that was quite prescriptive in the types of governance arrangements that we would like to see. In terms of a new water services entity, I have massaged it out into strong preference to ensure accountability, that being the key language there. Similar broad principles, but also just hopefully, well, not hopefully, something a bit more palatable to the wider group. So that is why we've got that there. I just want to speak a little bit to the reforms more broadly. Local government in New Zealand has failed to adequately steward its water assets. It's failed in Wellington, it's failed in Hawke's Bay. In the majority of the country, it's the default position is that it's failed. So change has to happen. A corporatisation model, yep, it makes me feel uncomfortable, but there are some tangible things in this reform which have never been available to councils or to water entities in this country before. The key point is the borrowing capacity. We know that there is an enormous amount of work. I believe it's $6 billion just in Wellington City alone of our pipes and assets are in very poor or poor condition. $6 billion. I mean, our debt is ballooning out into $2 billion, so a factor of 3 times just to get our worst assets up to an acceptable level of quality. Then we've also got the fact that the entity will not have its funding decisions held hostage by politicians. And I think that's a double-edged sword, because it takes away some accountability that we're able to enact, and certainly we've needed to enact it with Wellington Water and their failures. But at the same time, it also means that future councils can't bury the problem. The funding is going to be what's required to get the pipes fixed. And it is going to be a significant change. It is going to be a significant increase. We've never been anything but upfront about that in the consultation document, that those are the requirements, but that's reality. For decades, local councils, and this one especially, chose to fund on other things instead of pipes, when they should have put money into pipes. And even this council could have done more, in my view. We chose not to. There'll be some stats that I understand coming out shortly from Wellington Water about the number of metres of pipe that have been replaced this financial year from each councils, and our numbers are shocking. I believe we're 1 metre ahead of Porirua City, and then Hutt's about 23 times ahead of us. So even still today, with the huge amount of money that we're throwing into water, we're still not doing the job that's required. So I speak to those reforms as they're not perfect. I have nerves, but we have to do something because the status quo is utterly and completely broken. And so we won't know for probably 5-10 years if we made the right call today. That's the hard reality. But if I'm still, I won't be here, I know that. But if I'm still around in public life, I'll certainly be willing to own that decision one way or another. Thank you.
Councillor Brown.
Well, obviously, I'd prefer to go it alone, but I think that recognising the reality of the situation, the regional model is the one which is going to come out of today's meeting. I mean, obviously, what I've been trying to do with my amendments is to ensure the maximum possible level of transparency and accountability back to the residents of Wellington. And while I wasn't entirely successful with my first blast before lunch, hopefully you guys are feeling more kind of relaxed after your meals. Needless to say, I abstained. I think that the consumer advocacy group is something which I would really strongly want everybody to support, because I feel that that is going to be a critical part of ensuring that the deficiencies that we have experienced with the existing model are not replicated going forward. If we have an independent agency with appropriate resources to review the functions of the water company, I mean, obviously it won't have any power. It doesn't have the power to direct the water company to do things differently. But just by having high quality information evaluated and published and reviewed, it'll hopefully influence their behaviour. And then secondly, this entity the intention is to find out what the social harm is caused by the change from a rates-based funding model for water, which I think the next financial year is something like $2,800 on average per ratepayer. If you divide the $235 million, I think it is, Three Waters rates plus sludge minimisation levy by the 84,000 or thereabouts ratepayers. When that money is paid for through water charges, or primarily through water charges, there'll obviously be significant winners and losers. And fortunately, I think I might be a winner. But but I realise that for my ability to go and have another bottle of Bollinger every so often, there will be some people who will, barely be able to actually, afford a meal. So I think it's going to be super important that this consumer advocacy group is focusing on those sort of social consequences and is recommending to council what this is actually going to mean for people who are disadvantaged, and recommend measures that could be done to actually mitigate and offset those disadvantages. So while I'm not at all happy with the regional model, I really hope that you, once we actually get into the voting stage, can support the establishment of the consumer advocacy group, which, by the way, in large part does not require that it's not sort of directly interconnected with the water enterprise, although I'd like ultimately...
That's 3 minutes, Councillor.
Sorry, just one last point. I do want it to have the right to demand information from the water company, and that is something that will have to come out of the Water Committee. Thank you.
Deputy Mayor Foon.
Kia ora. I just really want to thank all the councillors for the big kōrero, and I know the pushing is real, and the reason behind it I completely understand. So I want to thank Councillor McNulty for bringing that middle ground that we could hopefully all agree to, and where we've landed. What I did want to just reflect on is when I first started on council in 2019, this was one of the first big things we did, and a few of my colleagues may remember, was the mayoral task force for water. So we were really starting to have trouble. And so in February 2020, pre-COVID, we set the direction of asking an independent group to come up with recommendations. And recommendation 30 under governance, achieving sufficient sustainable funding, says, commit to the concept of an independent, publicly owned, not-for-profit water management and asset owning entity that is governed and operates in accordance with a statement of intent from shareholding councils. So way back then we could see the direction we were going to need to take. I just want to talk about stormwater. Like it's also been a healthy process to go through, even though it has been rattling. I have no problem with the set of pipes, the beautiful water that we get coming in from Te Awakairangi and our underground aquifer, and then managing how we take it out. But we cannot control what comes from the sky. And that is why we need to have a different view on how we address stormwater and treat it and make it work for us, not against us. So I do ask for your commitment into looking at that in the statement of intent as we go forward. Thank you.
I see no other debate. Mayor Whānau, do you wish to have a right of reply? No, we will go to the vote. Yes, what are the items that you would like taken separately? Or
I want to vote against 2 and 3, but I'll vote for 1 and 4.
Okay, so shall we do, does anybody else want anything taken separately? Shall we do 2 and 3 and then do the rest? All right, we'll start with 2. There'll be a division. That is carried. We'll now do 3. That is carried. We will now do the rest. The rest. That is carried. Thank you very much, councillors. We now, I'll be reordering the agenda to do item 4, first public excluded, and then move on to the general business items. So I will now move, and Councillor Panovich will second, that we go into PX. Is there any debate? It's for reasons of commercial negotiations. Councillor McNulty.
Can I just suggest we give the gallery a perhaps estimation of when we may resume, given the importance of the next paper? That's my debate.
It depends how long we take, so I don't know when that is. But we will go outside and advise them that they can come back in. All right, we'll go to the vote. Hopefully not long. We back? Well, I think we're gonna have to take an adjournment. Councillors, can you please listen to me? Thank you. We are going to take an adjournment because some amendments are coming through very late, which is displeasing to me. But we will get them all in a document for a paper copy for everybody before we move on to the next item. We're moving on, obviously, to 3.4, item 3.4, a deliberation of the long-term plan amendment and annual plan. I'll go to Mea Whānau to move the paper. The paper is going to we're not going to have an introduction, we're going to take it as read, because I assume any questions will be about amendments, which is why I'm waiting on that paper copy. Mea Whānau.
Alrighty. Kia ora koutou. It's good to be here at this point. So as we know, we are here as a result of needing to amend our LTP, and we've worked really hard, all of us, to ensure that we wouldn't reduce our investment in critical things like water and social housing, and that's been fantastic, and that we would retain government co-funding and try to spread the pain quite evenly. And of course, we committed to working alongside our wonderful observer, who I'm sure is very impressed that we've made it here today. And I do think we've done well. Hasn't been a painless process, but thanks to councillors for their input and any attempt to collaborate on amendments, that's been great. So this has obviously been very iterative since late last year. And what we've resulted in is a final package of $365 million in savings proposed in this LTP. We've heard a lot from the public, and we have heard some strong feedback from things like the Karori Event Centre and Airbnb. So we've taken that into account, and we have an amended substantive here. So some changes include agreeing to fix the Candala pool to keep it open. And I don't think I'll ever say this again, Councillor Calvert, so you should listen up. You were right. And in terms of being able to bring the cost down under $7.5 million. And I did make that promise to support that if the cost came down. So that's what I've put into the amendment. Offering the Karori Event Centre back to the community with money to help finish the rebuild, setting a new rate for Airbnb so that people pay their fair share, and the cost of running our city, and a small funding boost for Capital Kiwi so they can keep up the good work that they're doing. So the decisions we've taken to, we can successfully put into our disaster resilience fund as a result, and we've made good progress in addressing our insurance risks. So thank you to Michael for the work he's done corralling all the amendments, and thank you to the staff, thank you Baz, thank you Raina, and thank you everyone for being here. Oh, and thank you Andrea, and yeah. I will have missed people, but yeah, this has been an incredible amount of work, so thank you.
I understand this is going to be seconded by Councillor Panovich. Do you wish to speak now? You might want to speak about your thing.
I'll speak about a few things. I'll give you the highlights package, because I think we've been through this a fair number of times, and we will still have at least one other go at this, but completely agree with the sentiments from Mea Whānau. Think the compromise we've reached in terms of looking at how we mitigate some of our insurance is actually the best way forward. And it's always an iterative process in budgeting to get to a position, and I think most of us would agree that this is a less controversial position. So there is still more work to do, but we'll continue with that. The other items, which again, iterative as we've flowed through, I'm comfortable with the begonia house, love the stinky plant in there, happy that we can still go and see it and enjoy that structure. The Candala pool, which I used to live behind, and never got flooded in 17 years when I lived in Candala, but I hope the community's happy with that one. The event centre again, in Kōrau, we visited that. It didn't look too bad. There is work to be done, so hopefully we can accomplish that in there. So those are the sort of the highlights we've had through the process. Just the other one, of course, which we talked about and got a lot of submissions on, was Airbnb and the way that works. So we did hear what the public said about the rates differential, acknowledging the 3.7 is it's probably an unintended consequence which we can fix. So when we go out for consultation if we pass this amendment for next annual plan, we'll produce some options for that. I just think I'd make a couple of comments that we are only trying to focus on the commercial aspects of Airbnb. So we're not focusing on the people who rent out one room, who have a sleep out, who do it less than 60 days a year, who don't have a separate structure. So we're looking at more of the functional ones which mirror a commercial operation like a hotel, a motel, which are run specifically to gain revenue from. So we'll see more about that one. In general, overall happy with the outcome. Remember, this is an amendment, so we've still got many years to flow with this one. But I think that's about enough. But I definitely thank the chair, Councillor Matthews, for her unwavering effort in continuing this process, which is never ending. And as I said yesterday to a group of creative people, council is a glacier and goes at an incredibly slow pace. And here we are, I think 9 months on, and still hopefully we'll make a decision today. Thank you.
Just checking in how far away we are from printed. Okay, we'll just adjourn briefly, and then we will get the printed copy of the. Unless we'll start, we will start with the questions, and then if we have to stop, read. But I mean, a lot of it has been circulated in one form or another. Councillor McNulty.
Yeah, so just clarifying, some of these are partially amendment and partially follow-ups because they were unable to ask on Tuesday. I've got 3 in total. So on Tuesday I asked about, because at that point the 150k cut to pay for Capital Kiwi was just PSR budget. It's now specifically Town Belt Reserves Management.
It's now PSR budget.
It's now back to PSR budget?
Yes.
So was that a level of service impact that required consultation? Would that have such a disruption on level of service that it would require consultation?
Were you listening?
Yes, through you, Chair. I was absolutely listening, but I'm not sure if I'm qualified to answer that without consulting my colleagues.
I can probably answer that. So certainly from the officer's perspective, it wouldn't have a service level impact, or else we wouldn't be supportive of the changes behind it. So we'll need to look at how it can be coming out of the wider PSR budget as opposed to looking at further cuts, I think.
I don't need to ask number 2 since it's no longer Town Belt Reserves Management. With the KEC, Core Event Centre amended substantive, it's a pretty big set of conditions. I'm trying to understand, were officers drafting these or have officers just fed back advice to them?
They largely came from officers, if you want to go through them, James.
Yes, that's correct.
Do you have a specific question about any of the conditions?
I'll let others go through. I might just come back to one.
Councillor Rogers.
Yeah, I just had one very specific question, which was around the request that Wellington Free Ambulance had of us. Would we be able to confirm both through bequests and grants how much the Wellington Free Ambulance has received from the council?
Sure. So in the 25-26 financial year, they'll get just over $106,000 through grants, and they will also get a one-off $179,000 from the bequest.
So everybody
The
clocked that?
179k is a one-off, right? The 106k is a continuation of the grants funding that they receive from us each year.
Councillor Free.
So does that mean that's roughly the dollar per resident that they requested, or are we still short?
It's not the dollar per resident, no. Not so. There is a level of funding that we've been providing to Wellington Free Ambulance year in, year out via the grants process, which at the moment is $106,000. Right, that is not equivalent to $1 per resident.
But with the addition of the bequest, it does reach that this year.
It would be over, correct?
Yes, for this year, we understand that, the implications of that. Poiwi Kelly.
So does that mean that selling the Kōrau Events Centre is off the table now?
No, according to the amendment, sorry, someone else should explain. I should not, I'm being an officer. But the amendment is to offer to gift it back with certain conditions, sets a time frame for negotiation, and if that does not, then it reverts back to sale. That's in the amended substantive.
Oh, yeah, 16.28.
Yes.
Good point.
Councillor Pannett.
James, can I just ask about the Kōrau Events Centre, which I'm very conflicted over? So Heather Baldwin said this morning that no one had come and talked about this offer with her. Can you just confirm if there were any discussions?
Sure. So officers have had 9 meetings with the Trust since March 2023 to the end of last year, and then another one this year in February as well.
So this isn't a critical question. I know people are trying to find a way through, but there hasn't been a discussion about this particular amendment.
Because it's moved by councillors, it's not an officer initiative. Councillor McNulty.
Yeah, so I want to just, the 3-month timeline on KEC, obviously you heard quite serious scepticism about their ability to meet that. If that falls over, that brings them into August, basically in the midst of the election campaign, that the council would be then choosing to sell the asset. I guess my question is from a reputational aspect, it's almost for you, Matt, is that a situation where the council is comfortable to be put in where it would then begin the process of selling an asset whilst it is a specific point of election discussion?
I can perhaps just give you some context to that. So if you look at the work that's been done on the Kandala Pool and also on the Begonia House, in essence, that work was done within the 3-month period in both cases. So in both instances, we were able to go back almost to the drawing board and come up with a viable plan. So that's why we think 3 months is sufficient. It's based on those 2 examples.
I appreciate it. I guess should it fail, it still puts the council in a position where they have to sell an asset that will be politicised because it is literally in the middle of an election campaign. So is the council comfortable in that position?
I think ultimately that's a decision for elected members to make, and we will give effect to the decision that's made.
And elected members, I'll just clarify, at August would have any ability to bring resolutions to stop it should that be the case in August, or would we be basically in our stand down period or too close to meaningfully be able to change that course?
You would have a notice of motion ability.
So I'm looking at Jennifer as well, who'll be able to help in this question, in the answer to this question. I think the important thing here is there is no stand down period for making decisions or for council to cease operations like there typically is for central government. We are still continuing to work on the long-term plan and on the decisions that this council has asked us to work towards. We always do try and avoid, election period because we recognise how that can be perceived, but it doesn't mean that work necessarily stops at that point in time. I hope I've answered your question.
Just to clarify, could councillors bring a notice of motion in August? Should the 3-month period fail and the council moves to sell, could councillors bring a notice of motion and stop the sale at that point? Because it would be within the 6 months relitigation window.
So the relitigation is on the if it's the same item coming back for a second time, in any notice of motion you have to name the meeting that you'd be taking that decision to. So you'd have to make sure, obviously, that there was an adequate time allowed within that process. So it would probably depend, you just have to literally count when would you be getting your notice of motion and when is the meeting that you are naming in the notice of motion where that motion would be considered.
Councillor Randall.
So with respect to the Capital Kiwi Amendment point 113.1, it says it's saving through the town belt reserves plan, but now you're saying it's the PSR budget. What activity exactly is the PSR budget? What does PSR mean?
Parks, sports and recreation. So that is the wider grouping of budgets. So that is a bigger suite of budgets as opposed to a specific cost centre that it had been pointed to previously. They're looking at the wider business unit budget.
Okay.
Apologies, councillors, that was printed after that was updated, so there was some things happening at the same time. Yeah. Have you got any other questions?
Yes.
Councillor? Yeah.
So with the Mata Minor Reserve 750,000 in the annual plan, is this a one-off contribution as in the annual plan?
I believe it was per annum. I'm just looking around the room to see if there's some. Yes, it's per annum.
So it's sort of listed under the annual plan, but it actually must be in a long-term plan.
It is sitting within the long-term plan as well. Yeah.
It was already provided for in the LTP.
It was in the LTP. It's in the 24-34 long-term plan, and that hasn't been amended as part of the LTP amendment, and it sits within the annual plan.
Okay. And lastly, just for clarity, is this funding allocation going to have its own activity, or is it going to be part of another activity, which is which one?
It would be part of another activity. It's already part of another activity. I don't have that to hand, though.
Okay, thanks.
Councillor McNulty? We're still waiting on the amendments. Oh, we got them. Oh, look. Do you have questions on the amendments, councillors? You might have been like me and didn't notice. Councillor Calvert.
It's a question on my own amendment.
Do not understand it.
No, it's on 1.13.2. Just noting that amount was 230k, but that was based on what I thought. Maybe it should be 150 now. So just. Yeah, but I think we're putting 150 in the substantive now. Yeah, is that right? Is it because previously officers had 230k, or they'd asked for 230k, but now this amendment in the substantive is only 150k. So I'm just trying to. I think it's because the money's split, but I just want to clarify. I don't want to.
Through you, Chair, that's because we're already giving them some.
Okay.
So the net.
Okay, so this is the net. Okay, no, that's fine. Thank you.
All right, I have a couple of questions while other people are reading. The first is to extend the city safety plan, to extend the geographical area to include Newtown. I guess I just have a question about expanding a geographical area without any budgetary allocation and what that would mean.
100% correct, Chair. That would, without any additional budget, it would impact our ability to carry out the plan. It would impact our ability to focus on the city area that we have been focused on in the plan, and would also impact our ability to follow through on the commitments we have to our partners working on the plan.
And my second question is around the restoring the full budget to Te Awe Māpara and how that would impact on our financial strategy and the purpose of this LTP amendment to cut capital.
Well, it would have a negative impact in that what we're trying to achieve for the outcomes. I haven't worked through the details of what that is because I've only recently seen this amendment. Apologies.
Deputy Mayor Thune.
Yeah, just on Councillor Randall's amendment, can I just have a clear understanding of the programs of work that will be removed if that option is goes ahead? Particularly interested in the connection to Brooklyn. Thank you.
I think Liam's going to answer that question.
Pōneke.
Yep.
Yep.
That's a very interesting question. I probably can't answer, I'm afraid. I actually haven't seen this amendment before, so if we can pause, I can get some advice from officers. Are you looking for a prioritised list, or...?
Yeah, just particularly Middleton Road and Brooklyn connections, just to understand,
Whether that would
or
be
a brief
part of-
overview on what will be cancelled
come away.
because
Thank
of
you.
that. Thank you.
Councillor Young?
The Mata Moana, so this is Councillor Calvert's amendment 1.8.1. 1.8.1, Councillor Calvert's amendment about Mata Moana, saying, note that the council will lose approximately blah blah in annual rates revenue received from the government. Is the government paying rates on it now? Because I thought they didn't pay rates.
Phil's coming up.
Oh.
The Chair, yes, the government is paying approximately $241,000 a year on rates on a current valuation.
So if it's classified as a reserve, they don't have, no rates are payable?
Correct.
So is there another classification which can keep it sort of green and full of trees, but where we still get the rates from the government who are the ultimate owners?
No, that's not what is currently being proposed through the government, through Lynn's and the work that's being done.
So sad.
Councillor Brown.
I have a question on 181. Has council done any evaluations of the value uplift to the surrounding area of Miramar if Mata Moana is developed in the way intended, and how much rates that will actually increase for Wellington City Council?
Did you hear that, Phil?
The answer is no.
No, yeah. No.
Do you agree with me that... yeah, I'll put you back on the list, Councillor Young. Councillor O'Neill.
Yeah, kia ora anō. My first part is on the implication of resolution to expand city safety plan. Given the city safety plan is largely around Manners, Cuba, Te Aro Park, I just wondered if it would be even possible to extend the safety and wellbeing investment, given that so much is about centre CBD built environment?
Yes, it won't be possible with the current set of funding and resourcing. So if you wanted to extend it and not impact that part of town, we would have to have more funding and more resourcing.
When would be the appropriate either like strategic place or time to look into extending the safety plans into the suburbs?
I think the safety characteristics of the central city areas you refer to are not necessarily the same as the safety characteristics in Newtown or other parts of the city. So it'd be a matter of us doing some investigation and analysis to understand, working with the community, what are particular safety issues and how should they best be dealt with, and also working with NGOs in that process as well. So there is an element of time required first to figure out what exactly should be the right plan and the right resources to deploy.
Further, from a budgetary perspective, to increase the funding, within the cycle of budgeting would be the next annual plan.
Councillor McNulty.
Yeah, I'll pick that up because 1.26.1 in the amended substantive asks for a report on the current safety and wellbeing situation in Newtown. So isn't that essentially the work that would be done anyway with the city safety plan being extended? So I guess you're saying you have budget and resource. Do you have budget and resource to do 1.26.1, but you don't have budget to do 1.27?
So the 126.1, our interpretation would be that we probably do what would be considered a relatively light touch investigation, which would be something like a CPTED, something like that. If we were to develop something to the sophistication of the city safety plan, that would be a much bigger endeavour, and we wouldn't be able to just bolt that onto our current work plan. So something relatively simple like a CPTED we could do.
And so if 1.27 doesn't proceed, because it sounds like it needs a budgetary allocation, so I'm imagining councillors will not support it. The issues that were raised by Duncan when he came in around, needles, faeces, all of those types of matters in Newtown, is there any interim things the council's going to do, or is it literally just wait till annual plan next year?
I can briefly speak to that, Councillor. I can't cite you right now, sorry. There is currently an advisor working in the space directly on Newtown and is coordinating efforts across our businesses with regards to street cleaning and work with the communities to make sure that we can strengthen coordination with regards to the cleaning and all the things that was presented in the oral submission.
And is that a new resource or?
It's a current resource. That's one resource.
Okay, so all right, I'll talk about that in debate. The other one, sorry. So now with that information, the noting in 1.8.1 that losing of rates, Mātai Moana would now have a $1 million annual OPEX line. Is that correct? Because we're losing 247k in rates revenue plus the 750. Is that a fair assumption?
Kia ora, just to clarify, there's no lost rates revenue. It will just be redistributed among other ratepayers. So there is no reduction in rates revenue that we will receive.
So that 247k with 80,000 rating units, it's like roughly every other ratepayer pays $30 is a very crude estimation to make up for.
We're not losing revenue.
Yeah, okay, I'm with you.
I've just got a question about the two amendments regarding Newtown and city safety, because I interpret what's in the substantive to be policy work in order to facilitate future delivery versus the Councillor Adjournment, which is moving straight to delivery without the policy work and the budget. Am I correct? Am I correct? Sorry, that's a stupid question.
That's correct.
Okay, great, thank you. Councillor Young.
Sorry, back to Mātai Moana. So if it's classified as a reserve, does that mean that, like the town belt, it can have no commercial activity, or would it be? I'm thinking of things like coffee carts. It's been compared.
It's in the written Q&A, and yes, they can still have it.
I missed that.
It's in the written Q&A.
Yeah.
I didn't miss it. I saw it.
Yeah, but you.
Councillor Abdurrahman.
From the city safety group, I'm not really that good in geography. So when we say Wellington CBD, what exactly are we talking about? If I recall, in the district plan we passed last year, John Street, which is just basically Newtown, is part of city Wellington CBD.
So you're right, the borders are somewhat permeable, and it does depend somewhat on where we're actually experiencing the most city safety events. It does tend to be concentrated around the CBD, and particularly the Courtney Place end of town, but it does extend out from there as well in all directions. But we wouldn't take it, I don't believe I'm correct in saying this, we wouldn't be taking it all the way up to Adelaide Road.
So if the funding was approved for Wellington CBD, why Courtney Place, not John Street? If someone is on John Street, and if that is part of the CBD, why you can't do something about it? The funding actually says not Courtney Place, Wellington CBD, it was Wellington Central.
Did you say John Street, Councillor?
Yeah, John Street, which is by
Isn't that in
Countdown.
Newtown?
Yes. Yeah.
Yeah.
Basically Newtown, and it's part of. And the district plan is part of the CBD.
I think we're getting outside of the scope of the amendment.
My question.
But just for clarity, Madam Chair, that Councillor, I think is referring to the central city area. It's not necessarily the CBD. So the community safety team are applying a CBD focused area, which is, for all intents and purposes, north of the basin. And the central city does extend further in the district plan, but it's not actually the same thing.
Councillor Brown.
I'm just looking at Councillor Randall's Pōneke amendment, where he says reduce the budget from 115 million, and then I'm comparing that to what it says in the main area, where it says that the budget is only 66.9 already. So can somebody just sort of reconcile those two figures for me? I mean,
I think it's the comparison of the options, Councillor Randall. So what was consulted on and recommended was the council's preferred option that what is currently in the 10-year long-term plan for 24-34 is 115.2 million, and we were consulting on spreading that over 20 years. So in this 10-year period, what was 9-year period, apologies, that would go down to 66.9. For clarity, in doing this recommendation, Councillor Randall has taken the wording out of option 4, which would move from 115, which is currently in the LTP, to 37.5, which is, So it's about how it's amending the budget because it's an LTP amendment.
Oh, gotcha. Thank you.
Councillor Calvert, sorry.
Councillor Abdirahman's amendment 1.27, read the city safety plan. When I read that, but it sounds like the officers have got different interpretation. I read that as being, would extend the area, but it doesn't necessarily mean more funding to do that area. It just means that we're going to extend the geographical area because the current plans don't incorporate that. But then the substantive does talk about getting a report back in 1.261. So I wonder whether, I'm not sure what Councillor Abdirahman, it may be doing both, maybe both are required. Both are saying we'll extend it, but not, there's no funding. So do officers assume with 1.27 that means that they actually have to do the city safety work in there, or is it just?
I think this was the question that I asked, which was the policy work versus delivery.
It was a bit. It was different because I understand the policy work, but I just want to know: is Councillor Abdirahman expecting money to come out of the existing budget or plans? Yeah. If that's the case, it was just. I wasn't sure.
That's the intent as staff understand it from Councillor Abdirahman's amendment.
And 1.28, is that not already happening? I thought we were upgrading the toilets. I'm just trying to clarify.
We thought we were too.
But I'm just trying. But didn't officers say they are? I'm just trying to understand. Is this something that?
Happy to.
So it's Kōrau Park.
Yes, we are. Definitely. That was decided at a previous meeting to move what was year 4 Te Aue Mapara budget to year 2, which is actually this financial year.
Yeah.
What we said is that we hadn't been able to start that work.
Right.
And as a result of that, we did do some carry forwards with the CapEx line on that. But recognising the fact that that's on us, that we hadn't started that work, so we will absolutely start it. We've got money now in next financial year for that particular piece of work, and there's a plan to get it done next year.
Okay, so this is just confirming the work's getting done. Is that right? Yeah.
Is there a difference between year 2 and year 3? Is the amendment? My understanding is the amendment brings it forward more. Is that correct?
Can't really.
Not really.
No, it's the same year.
Okay, same year.
Same year.
All right, Councillor Free.
Thank you. Look, I'm asking about the foreshadowed amendment. The wording wasn't actually very clear to me right at the beginning because this was in the original motion, wasn't it? So what do we mean by sell the site and then agree to council to sell the Kōrau Event Centre site? Is there just a double up there, or is there something different, some subtlety I'm missing?
It's right, first time I've read this, but it does look like it could be worded better.
Let's fix that up. Can we do that while we're debating? It's a foreshadowed amendment only, and if councillors understand, that's only if what is in the amended substantive does not pass.
Okay, it was what was in the substantive at the beginning. So can I ask also about, and forgive me if I've got this muddled, but I thought there was about $1 million the communities contributed, and I thought I read somewhere in the report that was going to stay in the community. Is that still the suggestion?
Yes. So James, I'm looking at you, sorry. So if the site is sold, the $1 million is to be reinvested into the Kōrau community facilities, and my understanding is that would be some sort of upgrade to the Kōrau Community Centre.
Can we actually add that to the foreshadowed amendment to make that a little bit more explicit?
Can you do that while we...
Sure.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Councillor McNulty.
Just give me a second. I just want to get some clarification on the Kōrau Park toilets. Yes, please.
Councillor Randall.
Yes, I just want to ask a question about my own amendment and also, I guess, city streets. I just noticed in terms of parking services revenue, that's remaining constant around 24 to 26 million. But in the long-term plan, I noted that the predicted loss of parking revenue due to the CBD projects hadn't been incorporated. Have they been incorporated now?
Actually, a question about your amendment?
It is, because, of course, it goes towards the extent to which...
I think you're pushing it, but okay.
I'll have to get back to you on that one, Councillor Randall.
Councillor McNulty.
Okay, so I'm looking at the Kōrau Park toilet, page 2253 of the document. The budget for Kōrau toilets incorrectly budgeted. We are correcting this part, which allows us to investigate, scope and engage in FY 25-26, and then subject to the outcome, construction is scheduled for 26-27. So what this amendment is asking is, my understanding, is that the construction will commence in 25-26, given that was the original resolution of this committee.
That's absolutely fine. We will attempt to achieve that, but there are some dependencies on the way through. So there's obviously a consultation process, and there's a resource consent for the plumbing work as well. So it's dependent on those two things being able to be done in the time frame, but we will endeavour to get it done as soon as possible.
Okay, thank you.
We consult on public toilets, that's interesting. Councillor Calvert. Oh, yeah.
Look, I know this is last minute. It's not an amendment from my part, but I've just heard from the budget that's been announced by government that they're pulling the rest of the funding for the Whale Malai. So, which is the money left in the budget was 6.6 million, which has been reprioritised to other areas of the arts portfolio. So, just wondering what that means to. You might want to go away and think about it.
So thank you, Councillor Calvert. There will be other adjustments that we'll need to look at through the budgetary announcements. They've made announcements on superannuation and things like that will impact on staff salary and things like that we just need to work through. And we will work through that and provide advice back to you in June before this is adopted as part of the audited amendments. I recognise that that's late in the piece, but if we need to make any decisions as a result of that, we will work with you all to determine how we can plan that out. It's a pretty live situation.
No, thank you.
Councillors, I'm becoming very time conscious. I have got, I think, did Councillor O'Neill, did you have a question? No. I have one more question. I'm drawing a line under questions then, and we are going to move through these amendments. I'm going to be very strict on time of talking, and I encourage you again, express yourself through your vote. Deputy Mayor Foon, your question.
I was waiting for some answers on Councillor Randall's amendment.
Yes, so through you, Madam Chair. So option 3 is really just the minor works budget. It doesn't actually include Evans Bay Stage 2. That's the credit point to Cobham Drive. So bare minimum minor works only. And I think your question, Councillor, related to Brooklyn, and so that's not included.
So they're all out.
And Tawa, all out, yep.
All right, we're going to start moving through these amendments. Councillor Calvert, yours are first.
Thank you. Hopefully you'll be able to give this due consideration before you get overly tired. So look, you'll note that I really wanted just to note about the impact on the funding with the Matai Moana Reserve. I appreciate that it is spread across all ratepayers, just like any other additional cost in our expenditure does get spread amongst 75,000 households and 5,000 or 6,000 commercial businesses. But I think it's just important to understand is our contribution. And as we know, we keep getting cuts from the government that we have to keep funding ourselves, whether it's social housing, whether it's reserve land that they own, whether it's about retaining walls. So for me, this is an opportunity we can push back, just like we pushed back on the water reform stuff as much as we could do. So this is purely a noting one, but I think it's really important because that really takes the cost on the ratepayers, because they're subsidising that other 247K across their rates. 1.93. This is really in support of the short-term accommodation, looking at that differential. But we did hear a lot from the providers saying, we couldn't provide the justification of why we were charging a particular rate. And I believe that to work out that particular rate, we need to really look at the economic aspects of this, what it brings to the city, what it costs the city, and without doing that from an operational perspective as opposed to a financial rating perspective, I don't think we'll get enough information. So this is really about being explicit rather than assuming it will be done. And that should happen when we change any policy. It's just good policy practice. 1.10 parklet fee structures, that's really, as you would have heard me say, back of the envelope calculation, parklets are paying roughly $300 a year for what a motorcyclist will be paying $1,600 a year. Now, it's not absolutely accurate, but it gives you a sense of the scale of the difference. And this is really asking officers as part of the next annual plan to just do some work behind that, and maybe there is a bit more of a sliding scale in terms of that. 1.13.2, that should be in support of 150K. What I'm really saying is we can't take more money out of our parks and reserves. We all get complaints about the level of service from our parks area, not because of the work the staff are doing, it's what they're not funded to do. And so, I'm really reluctant to remove, thinking this is a big pot of money and we can take money from that. So I think we should take money from new money if we're going to take any money for this, not from existing money. So this is a big chunk of new money for a new asset, and I think it needs to come from that. And it may well equate, because we still haven't factored in what's coming from iwi, so it may well be covered off from whatever iwi are going to be putting into this. And then the next one is around the Golden Mile. Look, we've all been talking about should we ask the chief executive not to sign any more work packages. I think we need some more information before we ask that, understand the impacts. And this is really asking officers to come back with a briefing. It's not a formal paper. We're not doing a notice of motion. This is actually quite an elegant way of doing it in a timely way. I say elegant, but I know it's a judgment call, but I think it stops the notice of motions and things like that. So we get an update of the information we want. I know there were some questions in the Q&As, but given the length of time, we didn't have enough time. So this is asking this to come back before the 25th of June meeting. So there's about a month to prepare. And I think that's it. So really, I've just really taken my time to explain. These are really just amendments that are just looking for further clarification or further, just rounding things off. So,
thank you, Councillor Calvert. Do you have a seconder?
Councillor Chung is going to second.
Okay. Before we move on to debate, first of all, I'm going to ask you one question. Would you consider removing item 1.8.1 because it's not factually correct?
It's not factually correct.
Oh, it is. Okay. The way it's worded is okay.
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
We're comfortable with the way it's wording.
All right. Okay. Yeah. Okay. My understanding. All right. So we will now move to I am going to move, and Councillor Panovich is going to second to extend the length of the meeting. We'll go to a vote for that, please.
Forever.
We just vote to extend.
Doomed to burn in the eternal fires of damnation.
We're just voting to extend. As we do every other time we vote on this.
Exactly.
I don't know about the written though. I think the written is safest.
Oh, yes, sorry. I did not read your amendment correctly, Councillor Calvert. My apologies. Right, so we will now, Councillor Chung, do you wish to speak as seconder?
Yes, I think I want to stop any more further work or contracts being signed on the Golden Mile. I've been talking to many people and around the Courtney Place area, talked to businesses there, I've talked to Retail NZ, talked to retailers there, and nobody wants this project to go ahead in its present form. And so I feel that if we actually carry on and start this project or sign a contract for this, then we're ignoring all those people. So that's why I actually want to get this in and get it approved. I think that I agree with Councillor Calvert when she talks about we don't have any money for a lot of things, and so when we keep getting demands on funding things, like the Capital Kiwi and the free ambulance, we need to actually get that from existing projects. And so taking that out of the proposed money for Matai Moana, I think is the ideal thing to do at this stage. And I didn't realise until we saw the Q&A that we actually got rates from that peninsula at the moment, and that we cease getting it if it becomes a reserve. So that's why I'm really hope that we'll get support for this. Thank you.
Is there debate? There appears to be none. Would you like a right of reply, Councillor Calvert? There's nothing to reply to, really.
No, there isn't. But I take the no debate as being it's all crystal clear, and you're going to be voting in support. So, thank you so much.
Yeah, you take it how you like, Councillor. All right. Do people want to go through them one at a time or take them as a group? Separately, please. Okay.
And probably a division as well.
Division. It was a division that you didn't ask for, Councillor Pannett.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't mind.
8.1, which is the noting the loss of rates revenue from government. It's just a hostile. No. That is carried.
No.
All right. Now we move on to 1.9.3. That is a review with regards to the ratings policy. That has lost. We move on to 1.10. This is the parklet fee structures. That has lost. We move on to 1.13, and that is funding for Capital Kiwi to come from Matai Moana.
Sorry, is this 250 or 150? All right, okay. The Kiwi Eastern Suburbs.
You confirm on the mic.
Can you confirm your wording on the mic, and then we correct the minutes?
Vote's still open. Oh, sorry, the wording.
150?
Yeah.
Okay, that is failed. 1.27.
Do you want, Chair, would the people be happy to take those all three together because they're all sort of relevant?
We'll vote for the whole one, yep. This is the Golden Mile briefing.
Remaining of that amendment taken together.
Yes, the entirety of 1.27.
We've prepped them as individuals.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, Councillor, yeah. That has failed. Right, now we next move on to Councillor Randall's amendment.
It's pretty. No, one of them. Oh, no, I think you're right. Who's have we got? Oh, Toadies.
Okay, thank you, my fellow councillors. Apologies for this being late, but it's due in part. So, first of all, I just want to remind us that across this whole long-term plan, we're having to make some hard decisions. It has been a theme of mine that this council is not really able to make a hard decision on any big project. And so I just want to suggest that really of all the projects that are perhaps a lower priority than fixing the pipes and fixing all these other things that we need to do in the city and to re-establish our insurance debt headroom, that the bike ongoing plan to continue the bike network is probably problematic. So the first thing I wanted to note is that the officer's advice essentially says that although finish what started, this option was the most popular with 34% of submitters, that because the people who wanted to do the preferred option of doing the cycle network over 20 years and the people over 10 years combined added up to being 47%, that meant it was preferable to continue on. So there's a few problems with this. The first problem I'd have is this is really the only time that this option has had this comment. If you were looking at the issue of selling the airport shares, on the same basis, the officers should have recommended selling some airport shares, because the number of submitters who combined want to sell some or all are greater than the number of submitters who say we shouldn't sell any, and this is the officer advice is not to sell any. But more importantly, there is 11% who said none of these, and the problem I have with that is that doesn't say why did people pick the option of none of these. So I went to the trouble of looking up some of the submissions, and this is what some of the people in their comments said as to choose none of these. I'll just read three. These are the first three I came across. Pōneke bike network is fundamentally flawed, has been prompted by enthusiasts with no regard to the facts and the damage to the city fabric and businesses. The whole concept needs to be fundamentally rethought. This person picked none of these. Another person said, bike network, stop immediately. You've destroyed too much of the city roads already, stop now. A third person picked none of these, saying, can we just pause all work until we have enough money so the budget can be decreased a maximum amount? Just stop spending for a few years completely. And I'm concerned that the none of these are really people who say, no, don't even finish what started. Just stop. If you add the 11% onto the 34%, you find it's actually people for and against finishing up the bike network is 45 to 47 is a very split city. I'd also remind you at this point that the number one piece of feedback that we got in the comments, the number one issue that everyone said was to cut unnecessary spending in projects. That dominated the whole list of all the issues. Cut unnecessary spending on projects. And it's not like we have even got the information that we need. We haven't got the traffic impact on these things. We haven't got the parking impact on these projects. We haven't even included, as far as I know, the millions of dollars in lost revenue that's going to occur when we remove the metered parking to put in more of these cycleways. That's revenue that's going to be lost, and it's not in this long-term plan yet because they haven't done the analysis. This city really needs to. The city is in a financial crisis, and this option 3, which is just, and it's not saying stop right now, it's not saying cancel at all, it's saying finish what's started. Finish the bike network through the CBD, still spend a significant amount, $40 million, on finishing what started. And that will save an additional roughly $30 million over the preferred option. And I really just ask you to think about the city, think about all the ratepayers who's turned up and said we can't afford to live here. But we can't, the city has become unaffordable and inaccessible. And I just urge you to seriously consider picking the most popular option, the option that was picked by 34% of submitters, and that's to just finish what started. Thank you.
Do you have a seconder? Oh, Councillor Young. She's on my naughty list now. Thank you. Is there any debate? There appears to be none. We will go to a vote. That has lost. We now move on to Councillor Winera's amendment.
There it is on screen. Great. Kia ora, everybody. Pardon me? Oh, yes. Well, I'll briefly talk about my other thing in the substantive, which is libraries. I think I provided a fairly well-reasoned case in the email, so if you're curious about the rationale, the evidential basis for it and the practicability of such a plan, feel free to look in that email for your own personal elucidation. But I'll go on to participatory budgeting because it's something that I'm very passionate about, lover of democracy as I am. And in fact, as a young man, the democratic education that I've got through this, I can still say it, the democratic education that I've got through this institution has been second to none. It's been incredible. And it is, in fact, about a very innovative way to enhance our democracy that I wish to speak today. So, participatory budgeting is a key pillar of the United Nations Campaign for Good Governance. Over, at this stage, 250 cities around the world use some form of participatory budgeting, and a recent study of 25 cities composed of some 24 million people from Latin America, France, Spain, Germany, looked at all of the benefits of PB for local authorities. So these cities tend to allocate between kind of 2 and 10% of their annual budget to participatory budgeting. The key finding of this study was that PB was an effective supplement to strategic long-term planning, such as the stuff that we do up here, dealing with emergent and sort of immediate issues right down at the neighbourhood level, parks, bins, potholes, that sort of thing. Councillor Young, I remember, once joked to me that there is an inverse relationship between the financial significance of a given decision and the amount of time that this council spends debating that decision. I believe that a trial of participatory budgeting as a kaupapa is a very effective way to activate the flax roots of community and free us up to debate the big stuff. The mana is thereby given to our local neighbourhoods to decide on issues which immediately affect their lives. It would be really lovely, I think, in this council if we could save the big debates for the big issues, as we have done today. Gosh, wouldn't that be nice? Anyway, that's pretty much all I have to say about it. Happy to answer any further questions in my right of reply. Nā reira, tēnā koutou katoa.
And do you have a seconder, Councillor?
Councillor O'Neill will second.
Beautiful. Do you wish to speak, Councillor O'Neill? Is there any debate? There appears to be none. We'll go to the vote. That has carried. we will. Okay, we're going to take a 5-minute toilet break and we're going to come back and do Councillor Abdurrahman's.
I moved an amendment after a public submission from Newtown resident associations. And the amendment was to direct officers to investigate options for the low-cost provision option for toilet at Carrara Park in the long-term plan 2024-34. Again, on February 2024, another amendment moved and passed by, actually was included in substantive and passed by this council. The amendment was agree to bring forward the funding to upgrade Carrara Park to year 2 of the LTP from year 4 of the LTP. And thanks to James and the leadership, sometimes it's not only when you are doing the right thing, when you make a mistake, you own it. That's what leadership looks like. In this case, they admit it and they want to correct. However, in the paper it says they still want to do it in 2025, a bit of investigative and engagement with the community, and for the park to be upgraded in 26, 27. This amendment is saying, nope, you can do it in 25, 26. We don't need any engagement. You don't need to go through the process. We have already requested that in 2023. And officers, actually, they are in support of this amendment as well. The second amendment is regards to the city safety. I'm not sure how many of you, from time to time, you get a time to go out of your area to see other areas and what it looks like, what the street looks like, what the community center looks like, and how people engage. And for us in Newtown, I'm sure you have seen the video. One of the business person from Newtown, to be specific, his name is Duncan, who showed us last week the situation. And I don't want to take it into another level by making it the characteristic of the area, but it really, really needs attention. And I'm asking this council, only for this financial year, to extend the geography where we're focusing. If we have homelessness as an issue, if mental health is an issue in Wellington Central, sometimes the same people are who will be going to Newtown as well. We need to find a way we can address these issues. And just saying, extend the geographical reach to Newtown. And if the funding that we increased, 500,000, I don't think so that's enough. Thanks to David and Sahai, I really, really actually acknowledge the importance of this city safety because of the work you guys have done in the last couple of years, especially recently. And I believe we should increase the funding in the future. But at this stage, I think it should be extended to Newtown in the way that we can address the urgent issues. You can talk to police, you can talk to a lot of the community facility providers in Newtown. They will tell you how big the issue is. The third point is the Karori Event Center, obviously, and being supported big time in the community. And we promised previously, this council promised the community. And what I'm saying is, you promise, you deliver. And we need to keep our promises. That's just basically what I'm asking for. And another amendment, community facility and recreation, is just a big thing for me. And this long-term plan is proposing to cut another 10 million from community facilities. And I'm saying that is not acceptable. And we shouldn't be supporting that. We need to put the budget into 123 million for the next 10 years. The rest I'm happy to. The last one, Wellington free ambulance. They have been asking for the last 3 years to get $1 per person, and currently they get 50 cents, and this is a total of $100,000 extra. I know it's a lot of money, but the amount of work they do, it's a lot, and I'm just encouraging you all to support in this space. Thank you.
Do you have a seconder, Councillor?
Councillor McNulty.
Councillor McNulty, do you wish to speak? Is there any debate? Yep. Councillor
Chung. I have the utmost respect for you, Councillor, and actually support the things that you actually say here. But to answer your question, yes, I go to other areas. I was at the Newtown Residents Association meeting just the other day, and I was the only councillor there. I'm going to another meeting tonight to another area. And so, yes, I frequently go to the other areas to actually see what the differences are and what they actually require and what they actually need in their areas. But what the issue that I have with this is that where is the money coming from? And so you haven't actually said where we're going to get this money. And so if you had actually said that we're going to take the money out of this area here, we're not going to spend that, I would be absolutely behind this. But we can't go on spending money no matter how good the cause, and these are all good causes. And as I said, I support all these causes. But we can't keep spending money that we don't have. Thank you.
Councillor O'Neill.
Kia ora mai tātou. Look, I was going to try my best not to speak today, but I do feel the need just briefly on this one because I know that the votes have been pretty close. So as you all know, around this table, we approved the City Safety and Wellbeing Plan focused on the CBD in February. That's really not that much of a long time ago, but there's been a number of rolling improvements, and I really do share the sentiment of Councillor Abdurrahman in terms of suburbans feeling unsafe. We've just had 2 homicides in the area of Miramar, Strathmore Park. We've had several public meetings. I know Newtown, just like Kilburnie, just like Strathmore Park, just like Linden and many other parts of our city are also, looking for further research and investment into this area. I am not in support of this proposed amendment that the councillor is moving because I do believe it will significantly compromise our ability to deliver in the CBD. We are just in the final stages of locking together the co-design process with Wellington City Mission, DCM and Ngākura and police responding to specific harm in the CBD. And if we were to extend that even just for one financial year, then a lot of those agreements would have to start from scratch and we would be delaying a lot of really important investment. It's to note as well that the Safety and Wellbeing Plan is formed on years and years and years of enduring relationships, petitions with thousands of people, relationships that we started with Pōneke Promise with the Students Association. I would encourage members of this committee to support the amendment that Councillor Abdurrahman proposed that has been included in the amended substantive to try and support, getting some work done so we can make sure every dollar counts when it comes to safety. Just lastly, because I do believe, and this is information that I've been able to realise in the last 24 hours, so we are giving $1.36 per head per population base to Wellington Free Ambulance this financial year. I just want to be really clear about the record. They received over 100% of what they asked for at Grants Committee yesterday, and then we're giving them an additional $100,079 through the grant. So I just wanted to make sure that we aren't essentially dipping a third time into the pot of money and giving them a lot more, because I wanted to make sure that we're all making our decisions on a firm base. But yeah, I support the councillor with many of the sentiments here, but I don't think the right way to go about safety in the suburbs is a copy-paste approach, and I think Newtown deserves something more specific done in co-design with their community to meet their specific needs.
Is there any more debate? Councillor Calvert.
Yes, so look, I think people made it quite clear about the Wellington Free Ambulance. They are getting extra money, so I'm quite happy with that. So I won't be supporting that. And I think that also the points around the city safety plan, yes, I think we do need to extend it out to the suburbs. And it was raised back in February, because I know I asked a specific question where the offices would be, where the resources would be, and we were very clear it was going to be in the CBD, and some of us weren't comfortable about it at that point. I'm not sure whether 1.2a should really be a noting one as opposed to agreeing, because we're really doing this. So I just wonder whether it should be noting, but I agree with the sentiments, so I will be supporting that. The Kōrau Event Centre, I think this is just increasing the CapEx budget. So for me, this is about, we know we need to work with the trust, because the trust have been very selective in the information that they've been presenting, and I do feel for our officers in regard to this. But what we need to do is be quite clear what it takes to fix the building up, ready for whatever usage. So this, and I think what we also need to do is to see if the trust are willing and up to working with the council in a way that we have worked with the communities of the Begonia House and Kandala Pool, which which were robust conversations, but we got to the best possible solution. So I will be supporting this, but then in the Mayor's Substantive, if this loses, I will be supporting the Mayor's Substantive with the exception of going straight through to selling. So I thank Councillor Abdurrahman for bringing this, but I think either option, as long as the trust comes to the table and is willing to be open and honest with us and try and find a workable solution going forward, because what they've been working with us on, they haven't helped their case, to be honest, and I think everyone around this table has seen some of that. So thank you, Councillor Abdurrahman and Councillor McNulty, for bringing this, and I will support this one, but not 1.610. We're just running out of money at the moment.
Yep, Councillor McNulty.
I'll just try and be relatively brief. The video Duncan showed us was really shocking, especially because Deputy Mayor Fern, you'd been out there just a week earlier doing that clean-up, and I'd taken into the bid summit that we went to the other week, where the City of Denver, as their bid, actually funds their own street cleaning and services above what the City of Denver does, because they have such an issue, such localised issues with waste and rubbish and pollution and drugs and all those types of things, that they've gone and done that in what they call, I think it was the 26th Street Mall. And it's clear something more needs to happen in Newtown than the status quo. So I understand this is a little bit of an audacious call, but it's there because we should have been shocked and appalled, and we are not maintaining our streets and our suburban communities to the level that we should be. So completely unapologetic about bringing 1.27, even if it does get voted down. The discussion needed to be had. It needed to be elevated to this level. 1.28, again, we already agreed this. It shouldn't need to be restated, but the fact that poor Rona is having to come in here consistently, can we just build her toilets, please? Can we I never want to talk, there's two phrases I never want to talk about after today's meeting: Kōrau Event Centre and Kōrau Park. If I never have to utter those phrases again, I'll be happy. But please support 1.28 as our signal that this needs to get done. On 1.29, I want to substantively speak to that. I'm really nervous with the approach in the amended substantive. I know it is coming from a place of trying to neutralise a problem, but if it fails, and you've heard that there is a chance that it will, this council, the story will be we put it out, we set them up to fail, we'll have egg on our face in the middle of an election campaign, and there is just no way that that building will get sold tenably, and then we will be debating this issue. It's a sort of a high-risk, high-reward strategy, and I respect it is trying to push back an issue that we never wanted to inherit. No one here has been happy about the Kōrau Event Centre. No one here loves the situation we've found ourselves in. I don't think anyone here has tried to play politics with it. We've all grappled with it, but I'm just really nervous about the approach in the amended substantive and what happens if it fails in the 3 months and what it means for us in this council and future debate. So I reluctantly would rather see us complete it and then take over it and utilise it within that precinct just so that it gets done. Others may have a different view, that's fine. And yeah, look, with what's been said on 1.3 of the ambulance, I'm happy to sit back on that. But yeah, I would just really stress in terms of 1.28 to support, and those huge concerns about 1.29, because if it fails, we are all going to look like a pack of dicks. Thank you.
Yeah, Councillor Free has a process question before we move to the right of reply.
Thank you. It's just this 1.28. I thought we just passed Councillor Nera's amendment, which was also numbered 1.28. So I'm wondering if we need a bit of renumbering.
Yep. We can easily correct the numbering either now or administratively later.
Just for clarity, maybe. Thank you.
Okay, on to it, Sarah. Sorry, I used your first name again. Councillor Free. Councillor Abdurrahman, right of reply.
Cool. As I said, 1.28 already got the support of the officers. I encourage all of you to vote that one. And when it comes to the city safety, look, I think it's the right time to have that discussion. And the community have been asking for the toilet for 30 years. I don't think this is going to be 30 years for the city safety to act on. I will leave in good hand of Zahai and David to push and to ask what they need and how we can support them in delivering it. And I'm sure they agree with me. What we currently see in the Newtown Street is absolutely unacceptable. and we should do something about it. I encourage you to vote it, but if not, it still is not going to go away. I'm going to come back and again reminding you what's happening in there. The Karori Event Centre, I think it's something that needs to be supported, but I will not be pushing more than the ward councillors. I will leave in your hand to advocate for that to be achieved. Community facility, again, people can find excuses, but I think there is no excuse not to fund community facilities. Responding to Councillor Chang, where the money coming from? We already have funding for the Karara Park. There is already funding for the Karori Event Centre, and there is also funding for the city safety. I'm not asking extra funding, just geographically to cover a bit more areas. With that, just if you must vote only one, just support the Karara Park. If you're voting two, Karara Park and city safety, and the rest I'll leave with you.
We're playing a lotto now. All right. Okay. We will go to the vote. We'll take them all separately so people can play as they choose. So we'll start with 1.27. That is the city safety plan. Oh, the numbers. I won't. I'll just say that. Oh. Sorry. Oh. Yes. Do you want a division for all of these, Councillor? Okay.
On the starting with the ambulance one. Yeah.
Yeah, and up there it says 1.29.
It's we've announced it. This is city safety. 1.29. That has lost. All right. So. Okay, I can't.
No.
Oh, yes, sorry. So we're now voting on 1.132, and that is the funding for Wellington Free Ambulance. That has failed. We now move on to 1.130. This is the Karara Park toilets. Maybe the last time we say that. The Karara Park toilets carnival. Yeah. That is carried. Councillor Panovich wishes to correct his vote. That is unanimous. Peer pressure, John. All right. No. Okay. Now we will move on to 1.6.2 Karori Event Centre. That has lost. We now move on to 1.6.10, Te Awe Mapara. That has lost. All right, we now return to the substantive.
Apologies.
I meant to vote no for Te Awe Mapara.
Okay, we're correcting Councillor Rogers' vote to no. All right, we now return to the substantive. No, that is a foreshadowed amendment if what's in the amended substantive does not pass on Karori Event Centre. Oh, yes. Mr. Roberts, as people call you. I don't normally call you that. but other people do. Do you have words for us on Karori Event Centre for the foreshadowed amendment?
Yes, we've submitted those.
Okay, can we just quickly look at them on the screen so we know they're there? We may never use this, so let's... That's just consistent with what was previously in the... Okay. All right, we now move on to debate of the substantive. Councillor Pannett. I'm going to be strict on the 3 minutes on this, okay? All right.
Thank you, Chair. I will be brief. But I did just want to say something very positive, apart from thanking the staff for their hard work, which is that we've really, I think, made some good progress towards realising our vision of the nature capital. So we have Mātai Moana and Capital Kiwi, both led by iwi, which is amazing. And we've got the Begonia House, because it's good to recognise all sorts of different heritage. And after many years, just at a local level, we're making some progress on the Papawai stream in Mount Cook. So there are some good things happening, as well as lots of trees being planted. So that is fantastic. I just briefly want to say that Councillor Young and I have not given up our fight on the City to Sea Bridge, but I was going to incur the wrath of my colleague if I move something, so I have decided not to do that today, but there will be further action on that, because from my point of view, that is one of the worst decisions that we have made. We need a bridge. And also I wanted to thank Councillor Free and officers for working together on the MFC amendment, because that is also a ridiculous decision to even consider demolishing this important building. We've got the design community will be running a campaign within 5 minutes if we look like we are going to. So I think we should just all tell everyone, look, even though I wanted to go further, we're not really going to do it. And hopefully Mr Hodgetts will tell Minister Pink that this is where this legislation is taking us if we do look like we have to demolish it. Hopefully we can find a good cost-effective solution. Thank you, everyone. It was a good debate.
Is there further debate on the substantive? Councillor Calvert.
I couldn't not say anything about Kandala Pool, but thank you to the Mayor for putting that in there. You might see a figure of 0.4 million a year to run the pool. Can I just say that I believe, just like I always believed that $12 million to upgrade the pool was far too much, can I just point out that I think 0.4 million is far too much in the OPEX, and but we just run out of time to sort of clarify that, so I agreed for this to go in at this amount, but I am very sceptical for valid reasons, just like I was when I said we could do it under budget. So just note, Mayor. So look, I just, and can I find it really bizarre that majority of you voted down a piece of policy work to do around the short-term accommodation. So we had a rounded, comprehensive review of putting in a policy, and I'm really surprised, but never mind, that is politics. And I just want to touch on Karori Event Centre. I know we're going to go to the vote. I won't be voting to go and sell it. As I said, it's been a really difficult conversations to have with the community, and there's been information swirling around, a lot coming from the community which has not been factually correct, and I think that hasn't helped this debate. It hasn't helped this situation, but nevertheless we've got to find a way, working with the community, of what we need to do to get that building remediated, to what level, and what is its purpose going forward, because what its purpose was envisaged 10 or so years ago is not necessarily fit for purpose now or going into the future. So so that's, I really just wanted to comment on those two aspects. But I would really want to thank the officers and my colleagues, because I think of the long-term or annual plan discussions at this point, for several years at least, that this has probably been one of the more collaborative efforts. So I would like to just thank everyone around the table and officers as well. And I say that genuinely as well. Thank you.
Councillor Young?
So just very briefly, just like to make some comments about the Kandala pool. Because
You're sitting next to me.
Yeah, I know. Don't worry, I've got a bulletproof vest on. So 3 years ago, I wrote an article on LinkedIn and Facebook, and I'd just like to read 2 paragraphs of it because it is extremely relevant. At the time, we were proposing to spend 8.05 million. So, quote from Nicola Young, Wellington has one of New Zealand's highest ratios of pools to people, which means our pools aren't as heavily used as ones in other cities, so they're more costly to run. The result is each swim requires significant ratepayer subsidies, $2.64 per ticket at Freiburg, $8.07 at Kilburney's Wellington Aquatic Centre, and 3 years ago these figures are $12.49 at the Kandala pool, where patronage has halved over the past 13 years. The second paragraph, because I'm not going to read the whole thing, but I'll give you autographed copies if you want it. I agree that the provision of swimming pools is a core role for councils, but the cost of this upgrade means that even if the upgrade results in a 50% increase in attendance, the ratepayer subsidy per ticket will be $45.83. Put it another way, it'd be cheaper to pay for every swimmer's Uber to and from the excellent pools in Karori and Johnsonville and throw in a burger and milkshake for good measure.
I hope they're having the burger and milkshake after they've been for a swim.
Everybody note that I didn't call any points of order when I called it done. Thank you. Incorrect information.
Is there further debate on the substantive? Councillor Rogers.
Yeah, I just wanted to briefly speak to say I know that a lot of the focus of our discussion today has been over the particular small things that we have chosen to cut. And while they might be small in the realm of the $5 billion budget, I think we can all agree that they do have big impacts for many of our community who have expressed a desire to keep them in the budget. But I guess I did want to take it a bit bigger picture and just remind ourselves of the other success that we have today, which is to set up a disaster resilience fund for our future generations. Today we have done a fantastic job at ensuring that we do have money set aside so when the earthquake that happens, which we know it will happen, when it does happen, our future generations will have enough money to be able to choose where and when they want to invest it to ensure they can still live the good quality lives that all of our residents also can through the perhaps hard decisions that we've made today. So I just wanted to congratulate everyone on that fact. Of course, that extends to all of the staff who have worked alongside us on these amendments, to all of the people who submitted. And particularly, I want to thank Councillor Matthews for a fantastic chairing. It's only 4 p.m. and a bit. That is not what I expected. Congratulations. But yeah, I just really want us to focus on the fact that we have set up a multi-million-dollar fund that will save us from disaster.
Councillor McNulty.
Yeah, look, I just want to focus on that failed amendment from Councillor Calvert because nothing better sums up the attitude of this council that the fact we voted down, albeit narrowly, just getting the policy impacts of a change. Like, regardless of your view on Airbnb rating, that people at this table don't want to understand the impacts of a policy change is astonishing. And I think it's an ongoing cultural failure of this council during the triennium. Town hall budget blows out, don't get an independent review. Rates are high, I'll vote down that request that officers bring down an option to get it any lower. When this council makes decisions, it really does have a style. Often by a narrow majority, it sticks fingers in its ears and it doesn't want to be challenged with data, information or facts that would justify or support a crunchy review. And I do think that style has somewhat permeated the long-term plan amendment process, and it makes it for me a slightly uncomfortable document to sign off on. The reality is the rates increase could be less, or we could have found additional OPEX to fund other good initiatives. We just didn't want to try. When I speak to locals and businesses in my ward, I tell them, I don't want a council that does austerity. I think we need to spend a lot of money. But we need to know we're delivering value, and I'm yet to be convinced that we're doing it, and I think significantly the public don't believe that we are either. We could have made a cultural change through this process to provide a little bit more scrutiny on the finances. If I point to the amended substantive, apparently PSR can absorb 150k without any impacts on levels of services. What else is in there? I mean, we had a whopping cost absorption that we took around moving premises a few weeks ago. What else? I want to put forward again my severe reservations about the approach taken to the Kōrau Event Centre. I am more than happy to wear a "I told you so." You can all say it to me, should the Trust and Council come together with a successful outcome. Yell it loud down the hallways, but I hope the other councillors at this table are also willing, should it fail. And I guess I just want to signal a willingness to bring a nom to delay any sale decision, because if we want to commence a sale process in September, should it fail, that is inappropriate. Finally, I do want to give a thank you to the staff. Since what we've learnt was now an avoidable airport notice of motion, it's been a real journey to get here, and I can imagine the considerable stress it has put both personally on staff and the organisation as a whole. You've handled the process with dignity and transparency. The council organisation is in a better place today than it was 12 months ago. It is a healthier organisation. And I think actually, Andrea, a lot of that sits on your shoulders as well. And I particularly want to thank you for the work you've done through this process. Hopefully we can just go to vote now.
Councillor Randall wishes to speak, so we can't.
So thank you. I just want to make some comments on the previous debate. I want to start by thanking the officers. This council is pretty acrimonious at times, and I'm sure that trying to work to serve us all was very difficult. And I really appreciate the effort and I guess understanding, even tolerance of the team. We ask a lot of difficult questions. I'm forefront in that, and I get a lot of good answers, and that gives me some reassurance. But and so good on you. I think we were pretty well informed. I want to pick up on the overarching point that Councillor Rogers made around congratulating ourselves on establishing a disaster resilience fund. The reality is we haven't. The reality is we haven't got enough money set aside for a disaster until year 8 or 7 or something. Like, this council's not going to establish it, and not even the next council. We've got a lot of work to do and some really hard decisions. And some of the hard decisions we had opportunity today to make, and we didn't make them. This council's spending more than ever while claiming to spend less. We're prioritising over establishing a disaster resilience fund a lot of other things. We'd rather spend money on more cycleways, the Golden Mile project. We're spending money on all sorts of stuff, and yet we're cutting money on some key community things, such as our community facilities. We didn't even talk about the $4.5 million extra money that we have to throw at the Thorndon Quay Hutt Road project, because we didn't save $10 million like we expected, only 5.6. We argue over hundreds of thousands of dollars, and yet we just decide on millions with hardly any debate. We are in a very tight position, and the water doesn't help at all, but I don't think we are succeeding. So thank you.
I'd like to speak briefly, and I guess I would like to make some reflections on grace and optimism, and that those are things I think we could do with a little bit more of. And grace towards each other, and that might mean, yes, we might make different decisions. I might have had reasons why I didn't vote for some amendments today. Don't put words in my mouth. Those are my reasons. And the reasons I didn't necessarily choose to express them in debate is because we had a lot to do today. And I think we could do with showing each other a little bit more grace in the way that we talk about each other, the way that we talk about our city, the way that we conduct ourselves. And I also think we could benefit from a little bit more optimism. And I don't mean not being real about the challenges that we have. This LTP amendment was never a focus on OPEX. We completely reviewed OPEX in our LTP last year. We just did an LTP again on CapEx because we had to, because of the decisions that were made around this table. And grace has been shown, I think, to colleagues who got us into this position, and by us, especially the Mayor, and many of us taking responsibility for where that landed. And where that landed meant we all had to give a little. And a hard decision doesn't mean we didn't make a hard decision if we didn't do the thing you wanted. There were many hard decisions that go into this LTP amendment, actually, and cutting anything is really challenging. And we will hear from our community that they don't want us to do that. However, they also tell us their rates are too high. They also tell us they don't want us to do the thing that they didn't want done. So we have to balance all of those things. And I think looking at the results of the consultation and the decisions that we have made today, we have done a very fine job of it, actually. So please, when you're going out and talking about what we did today, don't put words in my mouth. Don't put words in your colleague's mouth. Talk about what you did and why. But show each other a little grace. Let's go on to being optimistic about the city. We have actually established a disaster resilience fund. And it may not be the biggest fund that it could have been, but it is something, and it is starting to plan for the future and get ourselves onto more of a sustainable financial footing while keeping a little bit of a vision about the city we want to see. Mea whānau, right of reply.
I'm feeling very optimistic and positive. Let's remember what we did here today. I hopefully are passing our LTP amendment, but also water. That's incredible. It is incredible work. So a huge thank you to councillors. I believe I heard Councillor Calvert say this was the most collaborative in years. She said it. You said it. It's on record, so I will take that. Thank you to officers for the incredible work, and my office for their incredible work as well. Thank you to Lindsay for your guidance through this process. It's been greatly appreciated. Thank you to the public for their input. Of course, thank you to our chair for your... Oh, it's nearly 4:30. Wow, incredible. But let's move to a vote.
We've got a lot we're going to take separately. Let's start to look at it. Am I looking at a... Okay, all right. All right, can we go right through to the LTP amendment? So do everything up till... We could do get up to 1.5 or do 1.6, but then we'll go into the... And then we do the individual ones?
Yeah, can we have a division?
Yep, you can have a division.
So just to clarify.
Yes, 1 to 1.6. Well, unanimous like the rest of them. Right, now we'll do the 1.61, the Begonia House. That is carried. Now, we will do, we'll just keep doing them individually, will we? 1.6.2, this is agreeing to offer the Kōrau Event Centre back to the community. That was carried. All right, 16.2.1. This is the financial contribution of $1 million. Voting against that. That has carried. 16.1.6.2.2. This is the further contribution of 0.9 million debt-funded OPEX brought through the Te Awe Mapara out-year funding. Might be why we had confusion. That was it. That is carried. So let me look at the conditions. Do you think we could go through right up to including 16.2.7? Okay, let's do all of those, sorry, to deviate from the plan. That is carried. And then we move on to 1.6.2.8, and that is if those negotiations are not complete, that we will go to sale. That is carried. All right, now, do you want to continue to take things separately? All right, okay. 1.6.3, Pōneke. We are taking divisions. Yeah. That is carried. Do you still want to take these items separately? Yes. Okay, 1.6.4, City Streets projects. Councillor Calvert? That is carried. I'm going to put my life will be a lot easier if I put my glasses on. 1.6.5, this is the low cost, low risk transport projects. That is carried. We now move on to 1.6.6, the Frank Kitts Park redevelopment. So we have had advice that we will get further advice in our meeting in June.
I think it's too early to be able to give you any categoric advice around this, so I would suggest that you would continue to vote as you normally would, and will commit to bringing back something as soon as possible to help decision making in June.
That is carried. Can I not do a few of these together? Well, can we do, I know some people might not vote for the Te Awe, but let's do the next three, the zoo upgrades, the venues upgrades and the bond store together.
So could I have venues upgrades separate, please?
Venues, okay, so we'll do the zoo upgrades. We just can't make hard decisions on how to vote. That is carried. The venues upgrades. That is carried. The bond store. Councillor Young, wake up. We all say that about you. All right. Te Aue Māpara. All right. And now I'm going to suggest we do suburban town upgrades. Oh, Councillor O'Neill. Councillor Young, you delicately tap it. Thank you. Can we do suburban town upgrades and Te Ngākau together?
No, I prefer them separately.
Oh, goodness sakes. All right. Suburban town centre upgrades. That is carried. Te Ngākau Civic Square redevelopment. Councillor Pannett? Councillor O'Neill? Yep. Yep. And we've got another meeting. Right, we're going to do all of those strategies together. No, because they're bullet points. Bullet point, bullet point.
Sorry, I'll correct that to a yes.
Oh, that was all the strategies. All right, 1.8, Mātai Moana. That is carried. We will now do the general rates differential. This is the Airbnb short-term accommodation. Oh, sorry, 1.8.1, the noting amendment. This is just the noting amendment that we voted on earlier about the. Oh yes, so you sit back. Thank you. So good remembering, Pauiwi Kelly. Thank you. All right, 1.9. Oh. You're still on Mātai Moana? You're still on Mātai Moana? Sorry. I thought we'd finished it. This is noting about the rates impact of. Yes, now you're back. Thank you. All right, 1.9. This is the short-term accommodation providers. Okay, so we're noting a correction from Councillor Free and Councillor Pannett. Noting about rates? Okay, you didn't note? Okay, good. All right, okay, now we're on the short-term accommodation providers. Yes. That is carried. Now, I'm thinking we can do 1.9.1 and 2 together. All right, look at us, doing two things at the same time. That is carried. I assume you want to do the parklet separately? You don't? Oh, okay. Can we do then? Can we go right the way through to 1.13? Yes? Parklet fee structures, other fees and user charges, funding requests. Which one do you want separately? Okay, so we have to do 1.10. Could you please get a bit more timely with your voting, councillors? That is carried. 1.11. Why did I have my glasses off? Councillor Wineta? That is carried. Now we'll do those two together, 1.12 and 1.13. No, I think we'll do Capital Kiwi separately. Councillor Adjournment? Councillor Free? That is carried. Capital Kiwi, 1.13.1. I know. Then I'd be like, aye. Okay, Kelly. Councillor Adjournment? It'd be great if you could pay a bit more attention as we're voting, because we're taking like twice as long as we need to in each one.
Isn't there a mistake?
It's on the version that I am looking at, it is correct. Yeah. Okay, Cappy, agree to the capital carry forwards. I'm assuming you want to take Thorndon Key separately? Yeah. Okay, so 1.14. Councillor Abdurrahman, can you please pay attention to voting? Okay, all right, then just verbally confirm your vote. Could you verbally confirm your vote?
Yes.
Oh, you need to do it in the microphone.
Yes.
Now that's just weird. All right, thank you, councillor. All right, so now 1.15, that's Thornton Quay. All right, can I do a bunch now together? After this one? That is carried. Can I do a bunch together? 1.16, 7, 8, 9, 19, sorry, 17, 18, 19, 20? Together?
Can I check that the amount's been adjusted in 20? It wasn't on my page, obviously, but...
Oh, yes, the amount for the revenue for the motorcycle parking.
Can we do up to 1.20, please? Yeah. I'll take 20.
Okay.
20.
All right, let's do 1.16 through to 19. We'll just check that we've got the right amount for the motorcycle parking as accordance with our decision. Isn't it? Okay.
Yes, again, it's not working.
All right, sorry, might need to look at your batteries. It is, if you face that way, it might be. All right. It goes that way. It's you're pointing to the back. I know it feels like you're pointing to the screen, but you're pointing to the back. All right. So all of 120.
Can we see it, please?
Oh, we just need to get the correct amount from our previous decision. Who am I looking at?
Can we change the resolution to anticipated revenue for motorcycle charging will be updated for previous decisions?
Will be, okay.
900 rather than
900.
Okay. But it's not included in the budget, so we can't do that. So we just...
900 is?
Yeah. So...
We don't need it seconded. We just need the words correct.
So can we just...
reduce the budget by 100.
Yeah.
So what I would propose is that we say anticipated revenue from motorcycle charging will be updated in the 25-26 budget as in accordance with the decision
made.
We don't need the figure. We'll recalculate that later.
Thank you, Andrea. All right, now, sorry. Thanks, Letitia.
Yeah.
Okay.
Now we're all watching and you...
Yeah, now it's much harder to type with so many people watching. Deputy Mayor Foon, Councillor Free, Councillor Randall. That is carried. Thank you. All right. Organics, 1.21. Councillors, if it's not working, just confirm verbally. That is carried. Can we do all the Canada Alapool ones together? I'm looking at you, Councillor Calvert. Yeah. Great, thank you. So that would be 1.22 right through to 23.2. Can I do 0.24 and 25 together? Can I do sorry, can I do 1.24 and 25 together? Yes. I would. We'll do these two together, which we've just done, and then we'll do the rest. Councillor Randall. Do I need to do, have I got a decisions register? Okay, we're going to do the decisions register.
No, we're going to do the 1.26.
Oh.
Going all the way.
Oh, yes. Yes, so including participatory budgeting, Kōrau Park toilets, I said it again, I have to drink. I do, but not for that reason. Nearly. That is carried. I'm now going to move the decision register upcoming reports paper. Councillor Panovich is going to second. Is there any? I hope there isn't any. While I'm on the mic, I just want to thank everybody, thank especially the finance team and DEM services. I neglected after hearings to thank all of the team, the strategy team, all of the work that has gone into this point. I didn't on the mic last time thank Sophie Dobbs for all of the work with the hearings, which were exceptionally well managed. Thank you, Letitia, and all the DEM services team. Thank you to Beth and legal. Really just thanks to everybody else I haven't named. And, you know, just thank you all. I think we'll probably take and we're voting on the decisions register.
Can I just say a thank you to Madam Chair? Thank
you very much, and thank you all for a very constructive day. And actually, it was my nightmare scenario, honestly, to go tomorrow. Can people vote on this thing? Councillor Adjournment, Councillor Free, this is the decisions register and upcoming reports. I think we'll probably take about a 3-minute break to bring the mace back.
Oh, yes. It'll take 5 minutes and then we're out. Koto, we basically, yes, if councillors can come back to the table, we just have some administrative things to get through. We can get it done very quickly. Let's get through this real quickly. So, 2.1 decisions register updates. Take it as read. I will move. Deputy Mayor will second. Is there any debate? No. Let's go to apologies. Councillor Abdurrahman.
Is this a decision register including the committee report? No. Okay.
Go to a vote. And that is passed. 3.1, the report, this one, Councillor Abdurrahman, Long-Term Plan Finance Performance Committee of the 22nd of May. We'll take it as read. I will move. Councillor Matthews will second. Any debate? Yes.
So since this is a kind of a new, I think, approach when it comes to the way we run the council and the long-term plan committee together, I don't have any intention to bring any amendment today. However, if one wants to bring an amendment to the council, similar to the one we had previously an issue with during the airport debate, does that mean this is the right time to bring those kind of amendment to council? And is that part of the advice from the observer?
Perhaps I can answer just in relation to process issues, Councillor. We're aware and are aware ourselves of the importance of making it clear how to deal with amendments coming up to council when council as the governing body has a different view to committee. And we want to make that process as clear and transparent as possible. So we're actually in the very process now of getting some advice on that from external advice, and we're going to be developing protocols about how and when you would bring amendments through a governing body for a different resolution to make sure that we don't have any surprises in, as we may have had previously.
I'm sorry, my question was not about when and how councillors bring an amendment. My question was, if this council wants to make an amendment of a report from the committee, is this the right time? Is this the right avenue to do that? And I think observers' suggestion was at this stage to follow that process, but in the future going forward, we might have different structure where we don't have to go into sort of these things. That was my question, Beth.
I'm not sure if you want to comment, Madam Mayor. My advice has been that this isn't an opportunity for amending a committee recommendation, that if the council wants to take a different decision, then that's a matter for the council, but it doesn't do it by way of committee amendment, committee recommendation amendment.
I'm sorry if I'm not really getting. So my question is, if this council disagree with the long-term plan's suggestions, what is the process to make change to the committee's advice?
Look, I'll need to defer to Beth. There's nothing more that I can really add to the comment that I've already made.
In short, it will come down to what the proposed change is and the implications that that change might have. So, for example, if there was a proposal at council or that was significant and would have a significant impact on your ability to adopt the LTP, you might get very strong advice that that would not be appropriate from officers. If it was a small change, then it might be quite different. So it's all going to come down to the implication of the change and what that means in terms of your ability to adopt the statutory instruments that you need to adopt. Again, there are different shades here, and which is why we would like to bring some clarity to this issue and not have, and reduce the going around in circles on it.
Okay, I'll come back after others some questions.
Councillor Calvert.
I was just going to talk in debate. I don't have a question.
Oh, great.
Are we in debate or question time?
We were actually in debate, but I could see that there are a few questions. So
I could debate after question time?
Correct. Councillor McNulty.
Yeah, my only question was the word protocols is still a little triggering, so I just wanted to confirm that that would be developed in partnership. There would be a sense checking of any protocols of councillors, all councillors, a process to feedback, and a rigorous process before anything was adopted in the organisation.
Councillor McNulty, through you, the Mayor, I would absolutely agree to that approach, yes.
Cool. Fantastic, thank you.
Councillor Randall.
Since Councillor Adjournment's raised the point, and I'm just reflecting on an email received from Officer Reeves when she was interim CEO, is it at this point permitted that if we were wanted to change, for example, the long-term plan or the annual plan, an element in there, that we could do the process of rejecting the recommendation of the long-term plan committee and then adopting, for example, a long-term plan, say an annual plan item that was different along with everything else? And so is that sort of the permitted process that under which the council can do?
Yeah, this council is free to either accept or reject this what's before them. If they were to accept, then that is the council endorsing the decisions of the Long-Term Plan Finance and Performance Committee. If it was to reject, then the council would need to then make a decision about what it would do next.
Okay, and thank you. And just again, also to clarify that really supporting what Beth was saying, that the council would have some restrictions in what it could adopt. So, for example, the fact that we've been through an audited and public consultation means that some things cannot be changed without triggering a further long-term plan amendment, for example.
Right, and that's why I said it all comes down to implications. From a legal perspective, it is open to council to do whatever it would like to do, and that should be very clear. It's about the implications of doing so. Yeah, and in some cases, our advice might be very strong that the process requirements may not be met by making a change at this point. For example, if like what happened with the motorcycle parking, there was all hearings on that, and that was heard solely by the Regs Committee. If council then wanted to make a decision on that without having the opportunity to have had those oral hearings, that puts the decision at legal risk. So those are the things that we think about when we give you advice.
Okay, so I guess in the answer in terms of Councillor Adjournment's question, is this the point? The answer, I think, is a qualified yes.
Yeah.
Just to sort of cut to the chase, that this is the point. If we wanted to do something different from what's recommended, I'm not saying that we want to, this is the point under which we would undertake that process.
Yeah, that's right. We would just ask for the opportunity to give you advice on the implications.
Thank you very much.
Councillor Matthews.
Mayor Whanau, I'm wondering if, given the length of our day in the business, whether we could, because I'm hearing that people are asking theoretical questions about what they would do if they had amendments, rather than, or wanted to change something, rather than suggesting that they're actually wanting to change it now. I'm wondering if we could park this discussion and these questions and have them in another session, such as either with the advisor or with our ELT team, because I haven't heard anybody has a specific question that or something they want to do today. They're just asking for advice, theoretically and generally.
Can I ask councillors if we can take that to a separate discussion? Because we're trying to pass through today's committee report, and unless you want to make an amendment to this, if we could get officers to promise to have another session on this.
Okay, I will do it during debate time. I'll take some time.
That would be great. So in that case, I'll go to debate. I will start with Councillor Calvert.
Along the lines of the questioning, but I think again it's just this almost feels just like a rubber stamping meeting, that we can't really do anything much more. It's held directly after the long-term plan committee meeting, so I do question the closeness, and I have done this before, and I understand obviously officers are looking at the protocols, but if we want this to be what it should be, I think we'd have to look at the closeness of which it immediately follows the long-term plan meeting. And yes, I did think about bringing an amendment about, trying to save us having to do a notice of motion on the Golden Mile, because that was voted down as an amendment under the long-term plan, and I could have brought it back to here. But I decided not to, because I just think, I hadn't had a chance to think of the pros and cons, basically, and the risks and the whatever. So I'm probably having to head down the track of a notice of motion, which I didn't want to do in the first place. I just really wanted officers to come back with information, but now. So I think, just having the closeness of these two meetings does not give us enough time to really think about how best to utilise what we have got as our democratic process. So I'll be supporting this, but I think it's worthwhile a conversation after this about how we do move forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Abdurrahman.
Cool. As I said, I don't have had no intention to bring an amendment, but since we had a big fight on this issue, I think we really need, going forward, more clarity. If this council decides, example today, to reject the committee recommendation and put something else forward, it's too late, basically, to do that. But if the council was to begin with the one developing the whole long-term plan and going through the processes, we would end up in a very predictable position where we will be adopting at the end of the day, because you're calculating the whole thing. And going forward, at this stage, it's just as an interim, it's a good suggestion from the observer, and I really appreciate at least we have an opportunity now how we can do those things. And I also appreciate officers adopt this new approach, but it's something that really we need to look at it. And developing the protocols, I don't want to go there, but we all know how previously we've been a bit of, we had a big issue in that space, and we really need to make sure that protocol is in collaboration. Even if it's in collaboration, that doesn't mean the next council and councillors will be on board with it. So the democratic right that we have because of events that happen shouldn't be limiting the way we do things. And that shouldn't be the driving force to come up with protocols. And saying that, thank you for your response, and I think I have more clarity now, and if we wish to do something. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Free.
Yeah, actually I want to speak to the forward program, but is it okay to speak to that now? We're not on that.
Yeah, we've
portal.
already moved on, sorry. Oh. Councillor Pennant, you good? I'm not seeing any further debate. There's no right to reply, so we'll go to a vote. And that is passed. Thank you, everyone. For our final item, we are going into public excluded to discuss stuff. Sorry. Yep. Yes. Officers recommend we're excluded, blah, blah, blah. I'll move the motion. Deputy Mayor will second. Is there any debate? We'll go to a vote. Thank you. Hey, it's
And that is passed. Thank you. We'll just give it a couple of minutes.